Okay, good afternoon, gents. I hope everyone is well. How you doing, buddy? FOMC day. Yep. We have got some news in just over 30 minutes, haven't we? FOMC, 6 o'clock tonight, so we should, I certainly will be done and dusted there. So how you doing, pal? Stop Hunter, how you doing? Should be wild. Certainly should be. Oh, do you know what? I got to the chart just after that. It was up about here. What a so taken that leg up. Looked like 2 legs back. Just looking on the daily, we looked like we could have a good push up. So, I'd have so taken that, and I'd have held on as well for a bit. It's frustrating, isn't it? Always timing, isn't it? So if we can get back here with a couple of legs and then get a higher low, we may still get up there. But Ionis, how are you? Resi, how you doing, pal? We have got some news. The one that's going to affect us the most is the 2 o'clock UK time, which is in a fraction over 30 minutes. So I just put that on down here, guys. I've had a really good month this month. I was quite surprised. So I just want to thank all you guys who've used my code. It's really appreciated. So let's have a look. Crazy bullish pumps. Let's hope so. Hey, Sam, how you doing, pal? How are you feeling now? A little bit clearer, I'm hoping. It takes a few days, doesn't it? But it does go. But yeah, I hope you're all right, mate. Likely, if we get something down here, you'll bounce back. We've all been there. I got to say that when I lost them 4 accounts, mate, I thought I remember going downstairs and I had tears rolling down my eyes, and that is so unlike me. And I said to my wife, I don't know whether I'm going to be able to bounce back from this. I really considered, well, I say considered, you don't really think clearly when something like that happens, but I thought this might be where I walk away. But then after a day or two, I started to think a bit clearer, and then you've just got to bounce back, haven't you? You just got to take the positive. I thought, this is what I want to do for a living. So on and so forth. So you've just got to bounce back, and then you just try and, learn from it. Enjoying the break. Good on you, mate. It is good to have a break. Definitely good to have a break. So let's see what today brings. But I'm down a bit. But if you notice, I've still got the same amount down there that I finished with yesterday. So I didn't go back on the chart. Now, ordinarily, I would have done. But the fact that risk is lower, so it doesn't do you as much damage when you take a loss, is the reason I'm putting it down to. But, I think if you think about your progress over the time, okay, market is open. If you think about your progress, now there is a second entry long there. It's a bit too far away from the EMA for me, so I think it's a bit risky. The bar's naff anyway, but is it going to push up from there? Possibly. Possible. Brick, how you doing, mate? So I'd like to get back here, really, or at least to the EMA before I think about going long. So leg. Okay, so we have got some news coming up in 30 minutes. So I'm going to put something up in a minute. I'm just going to have a look at this. I do expect to get that, but if we can get a little bit, so we've got a leg and a leg. If we can get a leg and a leg, then let me just get an order ready.
Order submitted.
We get a quick move. It's got to come down here, really. Leg. Okay, now let's drop a fraction more, and then get something bullish. Don't come down. So leg and a leg. Now I don't usually like taking this first one, but as we've had a touch, 3 touches there, a touch and a touch there. Ouch. Okay, see, there's always that possibility that there is a spike in a channel. And I haven't it would fit better with the tops. Let's just get rid of this a minute.
Order cancelled.
It's a shame, isn't it? It could be there, so let's put that there. It certainly would fit better towards the tops, wouldn't it? So, for some reason it just doesn't look right to me. Okay, so I won't be taking the first one. It'll be a higher low. I just like to give this the option to get trapped. See, the tops don't match, so we could come down a little bit more there. Okay, that doesn't look terrible. I'm not a massive fan of it, but if it is a spike, we've got a leg up, 2 legs back, leg up, leg. Okay, try go once, try go twice. Possible failure. I always like to go for the higher low, just in case it traps you.
Order submitted.
Trouble is, sometimes it just doesn't give you a chance. Off it goes. Okay. Oh, try go once, try go twice. I'd like that to trigger, and then I'll go long above it if that's the case.
Order submitted.
Let's see if that triggers. There we go, it's triggered.
Order cancelled.
Still keep in mind of that news. For me, it needs to get above here. Yeah, I'm getting a bit concerned. It's going a little bit sideways and a bit congested. It may still have a push up, but I'm starting to lose a bit of confidence in it. It's not pushing up as strong as I thought it might. It looks like it's losing momentum to me. I mean, it's clearly touching along there. That's one good thing, but we need to get a bit of a push, really. Yeah, that's what I'm concerned about. It's triggered those 2 bars there, those 2 bullish bars. It could come back and take them out. It's going a bit sideways. I'm hoping we get a quick push. If we do, yeah, if you'd have taken them, see, let's see if it holds. I have a feeling it won't. It might do. You're tempted to take it as well. Yeah, I mean, it's holding, isn't it? But the trouble is, I don't like the way it's triggered both of those bars. It's it's held, but the trouble is you just don't know. It's starting to go a bit sideways. So to me, when it starts to do that, it's itching to trap somebody. If we need a decent push, really, if we can get a good push up, then I think we may stand half a chance. But it almost looks like it's teasing you in. I think we may have to have a bigger risk here if we get a decent push. See, that would be the entry for me. There's a failure there, but we need to get a decent push and it needs to be above there. But it's going a bit sideways for me. We've got this news pending in about 23 minutes. And it could just go a bit sideways, so it might have to be a case of just leaving this one. Let's see what happens. See, it may, once it goes sideways enough, it may just go. Yeah, major news. I'm not concerned too much about the 6 UK time. We'll be done and dusted way before that. Yeah, I mean, it is every time it's going up that little bit more, but that's concerning me. Let's get rid of that in a minute.
Order cancelled.
I think that's going to get stopped out. I do. When it's going sideways like that, yeah. Whereas, has it done? Not yet, I don't think, is it? No, not yet. Trouble is, it's sideways, isn't it? I'm just not a fan of the way this looks. It just looks like a couple of legs. I'm not, I'm not sure we're going to get another push up. Try to go once, try twice, possible triple test. It may come down. Okay, that looks like it's closing outside to me. Yeah, it's going to take only stops out there. There's the first one. Whether that one goes, that'll come out as well. Yeah. Shame. This is typical. Yeah, it is. It is frustrating. Because if you got a strong push up from there, I mean, even to the highs, if we can get maybe a push up to here, there's 4.5 points to the highs. I want to, depending on what type of day we have, see, if we do start to have trends, I want to try and take a few more points, maybe 4 to 6 points. That was my plan all along. Just to take some more points. I mean, there is a possibility that it could be that. I don't like doing that when there's that gap in the middle, but doesn't look any better than the 10,000, does it? No, it looks like a break. But the trouble is, depending on how you draw that, breaking a new high. Trouble is, when it's going sideways like this, there is a possibility it could continue to do that for the next 20 minutes. I don't know whether it will, but it could do. So there's nothing worse getting stuck here and it starts to go like that. And you really can't trade that. It's dangerous. You may go short there, but you got nothing, have you? You got what, 0.5, 0.75 to the bottom. It's just too dangerous. Trouble is, sometimes it'll do that and then just push straight up strong, but other times it'll continue sideways, so you just never quite know. Max, I think the last time I emailed Mac a couple of months ago, he said just keep in mind when you trade in the chart, it does come with multiple personalities. So sometimes it's like you're with someone that's very familiar that you know really well, and they act exactly like you expect them, and then other times you're out with almost a stranger. Bookmap showing a bunch of orders at 42.10 down here. A bunch of buy orders, I'm assuming. Leg down, a leg. You're on about buy orders. Yeah, because there's a possibility we could have a leg up. This could be the first leg down, another leg of correction. So it is possible we can have 2 leg corrections. Another push up. I mean, if you're looking on the daily, it's really down the bottom. It is due for a good push up. That doesn't mean it's going to. Let me just flip over to the daily. Here. depends how you look at this really, but I can't remember how Mac had it, but it went, Mac said it's oversold, so that's the daily at the moment. So we've got sort of a leg down, a pull back up, and we're out the bottom, aren't we? We're pushing back in, so it could come up, pull back and push up. I mean, there could be, well, it is all could, isn't it? Coulda, shoulda, woulda type thing. There could be a leg like that and a leg like that. We've touched once, twice, three times. We're clearly sort of working in something. And ordinarily we'd see an overshoot there, and it could push up, have a little pullback, and rock it up. But I'm far from an expert. I'm just looking at what I'm seeing there. Leg up, couple of legs of correction, another leg up. So that's obviously a possibility. But it doesn't mean that's what will happen. Excuse me a sec. Sorry about that. So, does look like it's trying to push up. Trouble is, it could pop out the top and come back. So you don't know. So what I will say is, I'm just looking now. I know I think it was Osam messaged me yesterday. I think Osam had 29 points yesterday on a runner. He seems pretty good, that guy. So he showed me something like this. Now, Mac doesn't talk about this, but you can clearly see from maybe a spike up touch, it's very close to that bottom, isn't it? In fact, you could probably even maybe take it to that there where we maybe had that gap and then bring that down. But I mean, you can't deny it, can you? The only trouble is, over the last 3 days, this means we're right at the top, so you would expect it to come down. So I'm just trying to, broaden my horizons, really, just see if there is something bigger going on. But we got this leg down, but I don't know. Who knows? Who knows what's going to happen? That's the trouble. Sometimes you can get conflicting. This looks like up on the daily. I mean, this is just a little pullback, isn't it, on the daily? So, yeah, this is my concern here. You've got a high low there. You've got a failure there. It has trapped there, but that to me looks like the type of thing that could just drop. So what I think is we may have something like that before we have a bigger push up. This is all speculation. Call it an educated guess, really. A guess with a little bit of experience. So if I do that, I just don't like it the way we've pushed up. We haven't come back there, but does it matter? I don't know. You guys might know better than me, but what I will say is we've gone from here. The tops are pretty tight. In fact, the tops touching absolutely perfectly. And this is working up there, so you would think we may have a strong push up, but you just don't know, do you? Now, this news is fast approaching, so it could come back into this range. Could be a leg and then a bigger picture, I don't know. Could be a leg and a leg. Maybe a nice time to go long after that. The trouble is, we've got this news, so by the time we make that second leg, we're probably going to be the news again. Let's have a look. My impact news. Okay, I'm just going to pop that there. Once again, now there's a few more in. I just put that little thing down there. I've had a really good month, actually, from you guys using my affiliate, so I just wanted to thank you all. You don't have to use my code. You can use any one you want. But I've had a really nice month, and that's really going to help me out leading up to Christmas. So I just want to thank you all. whoever's used my code, whether it's recently or in the past. I really appreciate it, so thank you. Could that work? Could do. Still not a massive fan of it, in all fairness. Leg. I just don't like the way it misses that bit out there. So, I mean, it may be a case of something like that. And a break and a new high. Normally you go from those first swings. We've got that first push up, and that's the recent swing, isn't it? We've got a leg back, and we're clearly working up. Trouble is, it can go two ways, that. Sometimes, you know, we've got a higher low there, a failure. It looks like it's working up, but sometimes I've been in trades like that thinking we've got to make a new high, and all of a sudden, wham, it drops down to the bottom and takes out every stop. So I just, even though it's going upwards, I still don't like getting involved. Just out of experience in the past, just getting stuffed. It's not a nice feeling, is it? Can't ignore that we are at the top of a multi-day channel, so just sit tight, yeah. Top of a multi-day channel, yeah. Have another look at that daily. See, obviously with the news, you don't know what sort of news. I'm assuming, let me have a look. I'm assuming interest rates are going to stay the same, aren't they? So we are pushing up. What happened there? Okay, let me just drag this daily in again. Let me move it over a bit. We had this initial leg up, didn't we? And now we've sort of been coming down. We've had 3 touches there. We've pushed out the bottom. We've bounced up. We've hit the bottom there. I mean, it actually goes nice into that as well. So, touch. So that's clearly an overshoot, isn't it? And it is really sold or oversold. So I can't see us coming up a bit and then dropping some more. I'd say, if anything, we've got to push higher. Well, we haven't got to do anything, but I'd say it's more likely. I mean, at the end of the day, this is daily, but it's just price action, isn't it? You know, like Max says, if you take away the day or the time, it works exactly the same. We've had a range there. We've had a push up. It looks like we've had a Chandler break, new high, and we're coming down. But that's an overshoot, so we should treat it exactly the same. An overshoot often results in a reversal, so I would, you know, a reversal, sometimes it'll push up, come back, bounce here, and then push up again. The trouble is, if this is a daily candle, you don't know whether we're going to push up, stop here at the end of the day, and then pull back tomorrow. So trouble is, there's a lot of price action in a 2,000 tick chart compared to a day. So really, it's hard to know exactly what's going to happen. There's a failure there, big bullish bar, but we're away from the EMA, and obviously that news is pending in the next 9 minutes. So it's weird. Sometimes price action keeps going strong right up to the news. Other times it starts to go sideways. So just seeing if this would work. Actually, it works very nice. So just for now, I'm going to remove that, touching perfectly there. Right, didn't I just have that, didn't I? And I moved it because of this. I don't know whether it really matters. Does it? Who knows? But we came down, went sideways. We bounced here, funnily enough, exactly where it fits at the side. So, unfortunately, there's not really much we could do right at the moment. Fact, the leg could be there. So, just basing on what I'm seeing on the daily, we could have a really strong push up. So we may even, I suppose you may even take that as one leg broken up into two. One leg back, a bit of sideways, another leg back, and then another leg up. So I think that's possible. I mean, the daily is definitely oversold, often oversold. Trouble is, when something's oversold, it could come back, pull up a little bit before it comes. And obviously that little bit of pull up on the daily can be almost like a massive push. So it's pretty hard to judge. So we're just going to have to sit tight, aren't we? Wait for this news, see what happens with the news. It kind of looks like a two-tiered channel. We had that initial strong push up and it sort of worked in the top, then we came back, bit of sideways, and now it's working in this area here. There's going to be a really nice second entry there and a higher low, isn't there? Flipping, I love you. Trouble is, if you get a trade here, it might just do this. When does the news come out? News comes out in just under 7 minutes. So I would expect a bit of fire. You never know. Sometimes it bounces all over the place. Other times you just get a bit of a movement in one direction and it doesn't do a lot. But you never quite know, really. I kind of like that. Leg back to the EMA. Maybe looking for a higher low. Trouble is that news is penned in and you could jump in here and it might go like that. So it's really nice, that, actually. That's the type of trade I would definitely take, I think. As long as it ends like that, it looks like a couple of legs back to the EMA. Nice and strong. So, yeah, you just don't know what's going to happen now. That's the problem. It could go a bit sideways. Oh, it's a strong bar off there, but we've got that news, so that's going to make people a bit hesitant to get into a trade right now. Sometimes it makes a difference, sometimes it doesn't. So you could get in here and it might come back and stay around here. And you're stuck. Hopefully that news comes and goes and we can get on with it. I mean, it's looking okay. It's looking, it's looking okay. It's looking positive. It's aiming in the right direction. It's looking like it could continue up. It'd be nice to get a decent day. We've had so much of this, haven't we? Just range in there, pretty much range in there, pretty much range in there. A little bit of a drop with a bit more range in. We've had some horrible days. We haven't had a decent trending day. That wasn't too bad, but what's that? 1, 2, 3, 4. The last 4 days have been just last couple of days especially been abysmal, haven't they? Yeah, that's what I mean about taking that one. Ordinarily, it'd be really nice bar to take that 2 legs back. Really nice big solid bar off the key entry point. But you don't know whether it's going to trigger you and start going sideways. Now, ordinarily, it wouldn't be such a bad bond. I mean, the only downside, you haven't got enough room to the highs, but if you've had a leg up and a couple of legs of correction, and you think we've got, a case for going high, maybe you take it. But you would probably expect something like that to hold, but if the news comes in and it's slightly negative, that's not going to hold, is it? So, ordinarily, I wouldn't mind a bar like that. So what would be nice would be to continue to hold on that line. So we've touched, and we're touching. So if we can continue to hold once this news comes and goes, as long as it's not too negative, we may continue up. So we've had a leg and a leg, leg back, and a leg and a leg. Okay, news is in just a minute and a half. Okay, 1 minute. So if you are in a trade, now's the time to panic. Okay. News in 10 seconds. So I bet there's quite a few people with evaluations, one going long, one going short, set on 10 contracts. Okay. So if you had an evaluation going along there, you'd have passed that evaluation in a second. I've done that myself. When they're cheap, if you want to pass an evaluation, have one going along at 6.25 points. That gives you extra quarter point, and one going short. So if you'd have had a trade around about there, you'd have comfortably passed. Your 6.25 point would have been here, and obviously that one would have lost because it would have hit your stop. So you'd have passed one. So a quick spike up of what, 8-9 points. So reasonable size. Okay, so slightly positive news, I think. There is a higher low there. So first entry. So if you'd have taken that higher low, you'd have got stuffed. So I've got one strike twice, possible failure. Yeah, there's nothing you can do until it sorts itself out. Well, the one good thing is it's not dropped. It's holding, so I think the chance of getting up for this other leg is okay. one leg. Nice to get another leg back here. It's holding, so it's not coming down. So I think we may get a chance of a continuation. Top of the daily channel measured movement. Leg, it'd be nice to get another leg back. Too far for the EMA, that. It is a second entry long, and we need to get down here really if I'm thinking about going long. Okay, leg back, leg back. Let's see if we can get something here and then maybe a higher low. We'll see. Just got to take it in mind. It may be going a bit sideways, so that adds a little bit extra. Bit extra risk. Okay, leg, leg. Let's see if this holds. Okay, that can go now. Take a look at the spike and channel starting at 1 o'clock. That one there. I did try that earlier. Yeah, that fits all right actually. If we can get a decent signal bar slightly further up, then I expect another push. I can micro adjust that, but if it comes down any further, I'm screwed. Oh, that's messing me picture up. That's not very nice. Okay, so that's screwed it. Okay, let me have a little look. Let's see whether it's something like this. It's hard to say at the moment. Maybe just chasing a channel. Yeah, maybe. The trouble is, you try and move and just, it could be a big channel up, break new low, come back and bounce somewhere. So, yeah, you just don't know. I mean, I'm going to give it the benefit of the doubt. A spike and channel maybe here. Let's see. But if we can get it to bounce and then start to work up, then that's okay. I've got no problem with that. But once it goes so far, once it goes below here, but yeah, I mean, it could be a break and yeah, it's certainly looking like it's screwed to pooch, so to speak, doesn't it? In fact, let's get rid of it a minute. So let's put that there. So possibly something like that. We've had a break, new high. So it could be a leg and a leg and then another push up, but I don't know. We could have a channel there. Sometimes you'll come back and start another channel back here. You could have something like that. You just don't know, do you? But if we can get above this and start working up, we can get rid of that now. Sideways up, down, down. It looks like a leg and a leg. If we start to push up from here, then we're still trying to go up. Where's Mac when you need him? Oh, something froze. Something's froze. Oh, what happened there? I don't like that. Time to go long. So you can't finish time to go long with haha because we don't know whether you're joking or not. I'm just putting that there just as, well, you never know. It's working there. Sometimes I quite often put a channel like that and it works, but this is just pure speculation at the moment. What I like is we've pushed up, we've gone sideways, we've gone up a bit more, up sideways, up a bit more, 2 legs back. It looks to me like it's trying to push up. The news was a slightly bit of positive news, but obviously we recovered all that pretty quickly. But until we start to push up and give us some higher lows, and I'm not interested. It's just pure, let's call it an educated guess. Took 2 losses yesterday, even though I took 2 losses yesterday. Well, I ended up 1 down anyway, but yeah, I had 2 losses and a win. I was trying to stay patient. So I post on Mac's forum. I'll tell you what, I've stopped posting there. You just get ridiculed, I think. If you could vote and do a poll to have Mac do weekly bar by bar. Do you know what? I wish Mac would even just say, he doesn't need to show us what trades he's done, but even if he shows us all the day and say, that is the trade I would have taken, and that is the trade I would have taken. The rest, that I want him to show us the best of the best. So we've got a leg down, 1 push up, 2 push up, so we could come down. It's hard to say. I said it would help understand. Absolutely. I've asked Mac a couple of times, is there any chance he would show us what trades he took? Because it's okay showing you a dozen high probability trades. If there was a dozen high probability trades, you would be a fool not to take them. Mac would be a fool not to take them, because I've heard him say he only takes 2 to 3 trades maximum a day. But if you're marking a dozen trades, how do we know? Obviously, when you get more experience, I know which trades I would have taken and which trades I would have left, but I just like him. You're entering long here. I'm considering it, but I want something a bit further up. I'd like it to trap that short there, second entry short. It has done so. I'm just sitting tight at the moment. I don't know what it's going to do. So far, after we've had a break of this, if it is still working higher. But it's also sideways, so I ain't getting involved. I think the best thing to do at the moment is just to sit tight and don't make any decisions yet. Because that to me looks like there's a bit of sideways stuff in there. I like to think it'll go. But until it does, I'm not getting involved. Once it does start to move, and it's nice and nice and positive. But yeah, I mean, even if he shows us his normal chart and then at the end of the chart goes, okay, in my opinion, that and that are the best trades to enter. I wish he'd just say that, because I think part of learning from somebody is getting into the head of the person that's teaching you. I want to know what you think. He's the expert. I want to know what the expert, because, has anybody ever been in a room with an expert trader? You've got 1,000 questions to ask him, haven't you? But it would just be nice to get him to open up a little bit more. No, I'm not saying this in a nasty way, because I absolutely value Mac. I think, the guy's brilliant, and what he's helped me do, I think, is brilliant. Okay, touch. Looking good, but still flat on the top. Some people make money, some people lose money using the same method. The gurus earn money using the same method. Earn money, earn enough just simulating and educating. Yeah, I know what you're saying. I mean, Mac is a stand-up guy because he charges. You know, I've paid for 2 years now, and the price hasn't gone up, and it's $125 for a year. I know he's helped a lot of people, and Mac's been trading and helping people for about 13 or 14 years. He's got YouTube videos going back 13 years. He's quite a religious guy, and he did say, and he has said before. He said if he did well at this, he wanted to help other people. And as far as I'm concerned, you can tell people that are trying to rip you off because they're just charging the earth. But $125 for a year, that is beyond cheap. 125, it's just like $10 a month. How can you learn to trade for $10 a month? If he was a rip-off merchant, he'd be charging a lot more. I can tell you that for certain. Yeah, Mac makes money trading. He clearly knows what he's doing. He doesn't take that. You know, I've been trading long enough to know someone who knows what they're doing. Okay, so we are working along that line. So far, so good. So if you get a decent push-up, sometimes I just get a bit early and then it comes back, takes me out and gets me up. But something like that, I think if it breaks above there, this is a repeat pattern from earlier. What happened earlier? Did it go up? This type of thing here, it did, didn't it? Yeah, I was looking to go long there because of them stops. But sometimes I do that and it stops me out, so I'm just going to sit tight. It did go up early, didn't it? We're talking about that, aren't you? Yeah. The only thing is it came down, but it didn't take... Oh, bollocks. That's annoying, isn't it? As we're coming to this top, I'd like to get a pullback. Fits this. Oh, why didn't you tell me this earlier? No, I blame you, Jay. I want to forget the channel there. Yeah, trouble is, you've got to be quick sometimes, haven't you? But I did say, if you're starting to work up there, if you get a decent bar, if that would have been a bit more bullish, that would have looked a bit better, but you probably expect a few stops here. New high, try to go one stroke. So there's a triple test there which triggered, and you notice that pushed up quick. So I would have said there'd have been traders trying to pick a top here. We'd made a new high, came down. We seem to be coming down, made 1, 2, 3 attempts to go higher. Bearish bar, triggered, turned, pushed up, and then had a quick jump. So there'd have been some stops there. So I would expect what it's doing now, it is continuing on up. So I'd like to get an entry if I can. What a nice move right now. Oh, shut your face. Stop rubbing our noses in it. We're not interested in your success. I'm only kidding. Oh, look at that go. Look. Oh, bugger. I could have got all my money back. How far did it go? Oh, I could have done with them points. Delta told me. Well, why don't you tell us? If next time Delta tells you something, tell us. It's all right, mate. I'm only teasing. Trouble is, people tell you when you do well. When they get stitched and they lose money, they don't say nothing. Okay, so the trouble is, at the moment, I'm still keeping this sideways in mind. If it comes back and bounces here and gives us higher low, it is, mate, isn't it? Yeah. A lot of people say, "Oh, I got 2 points from that. I got 2 points from that. I got 2 points from there." But when you don't, make anything, you lose. You don't say nothing. You just keep stum, don't you? Yeah, I do the same, mate. I do. I know Osam comes on here later in the day and he goes, oh, I've had 29 points, I've had this points, I've had that points. I've never ever heard him in the 2 years or in the year he's been coming on the stream say he lost a trade. But yeah, you tend to not say anything, don't you? Yeah, Delta's just an indicator, isn't it? Don't you run Delta in line with, not volume profile, order flow? Isn't it part of that or not? I don't know. Delta divergence, bit risky after the news. I got in because Delta, but only for 1.5 points. Yeah, trouble is you don't know whether it's going to come up there and come back, or you don't know whether it's going to rocket up. But what I will say is it's definitely bullish, isn't it? It's definitely bullish. I mean, what's that like? It's not terrible. I'd like to see what Mac's take is on this. Now, what I will say is Mac usually posts in around about 20 minutes, so he will incorporate all this, which will be interesting. So what I will say is working along that line, and it's not too bad from the top, so I suppose you've got to be a bit careful. But if you take that away, it's looking like you could go long, isn't it? But wish this trading lot was a bit easier. Let it run for 5 points. Oh, give me half of them. Transfer after me. I really need it. It'd be nice to get back down to here again and get a higher low, in which case, because I mean it's clearly working upwards. What's the ATR? ATR is quite high at the moment, so the average bar with a tick above and below would be 3 points. So possible second entry long. It's just too far there because it's sideways. For me, it's got to come down here. I do like what it's doing, and it is working in this bottom tier, isn't it? I mean, you could put that like that. Actually, it's probably better to do that initially, isn't it? See, that actually looks okay as well, doesn't it? The bigger picture, maybe for later on. We've got to come down here, really, aren't we? You can't take it there. It's floating in the middle of nowhere. One day when you're done trading, get on the chart, add delta and draw channels. Look at delta wherever the channel is broken. Usually you can see on delta. And we're telling you it's going to break. Is it like two lines that intersect each other? You got one on top, one on the bottom, and when they sort of cross, is that the indication that? And another question, mate, where do you get it? Can you get it in NinjaTrader, or is it something separate? I'll see you all a bit. I'm getting off for a little bit. All right, mate. I need to rest my eyes. Oh, you've had a tough day, haven't you? Bless your little heart. Hit your pizza. Yeah, well, if you're done, mate. If you're done, you're done. You might as well get off, mind you. You need to have the big boiler. I have actually, but I have got a license. I paid $1,000 for it, and I've very rarely used it. Oh, look at that go! Oh, you bugger! Oh, that's frustrating. That's not what you want. But yeah, I use NinjaTrader's license key. Not NinjaTrader's, Apex's, sorry. NinjaTrader is nice, but I like using TradingView to trade and connect my Tradeovate. Yeah, I used TradingView a bit initially. When I started doing currency, I used to do my chart analysis on TradingView and me execute my trades on MetaTrader 4. But I do like it. I look at crypto on TradingView. And I sort of follow crypto. I think everybody does, really, don't they? Certainly their chart stuff, anyway. Leg. Yeah, anytime, mate. Anytime. Oh, yeah, it's definitely bullish, isn't it? But unfortunately, that I think wasn't a bad entry. I'd have preferred it. What I will say is it's working up here. I think for me, once it gets above there and there, that's when it's likely to move, and it did. Unfortunately, that bar there just seemed to come back a little bit. You don't know whether, because it is going sideways, but it's also working up on the bottom. But That's the type of trade I'd expect to work, and it did, but because it's going a bit sideways, it's just hard to... you're umming and ahhing what I should do, because if it triggers you, comes down, you'll be kicking yourself. Order flow, cumulative delta indicator. Yeah, I've got another trader buddy of mine, Marlon, who uses order flow. Is it Gominator? The GOM? Is it GOME? And he has I think he pays $30 a month for it, and he has delta with it. So look at that. Look. No, is it GOM? GOME? Let me have a look. Yeah, GOM footprint or GOM footprint. Is that it? Oh, what am I doing? Mini level 2 data. Doesn't that come with a... Look. Oh, bloody hell, it's gone without us. That's frustrating. There we go, Gominators or Gominators or something. Yeah, that's what I was looking at there. You get, I'm pretty sure you get delta with that. It's supposed to be actually pretty simple to read, this, isn't it? But I don't know, I don't get it. But yeah, I'm pretty sure. I may have a double with that just for a bit of fun one day. You can get it free for was it a couple of weeks, 14 days, yeah. There are some videos out there, some tutorial videos as well. But I'm pretty sure you get delta with that, I think. Possibly one large channel from the lows. I did do that, yeah. It's looking more and more likely now, isn't it? I think you're right. I tried that a minute ago there, but God, that's so frustrating when you see that move, isn't it? I should move almost hits, maybe pull back soon. Yeah, trouble is, let me just get rid of that. Go with this for now. So if I'd have taken that and left it, so it pushed up there, you put your stop there and then there. And then here, that's where you'd have got taken out. 10 points there. 11, 12, 13 points. And that's where I got out there, 13 points. I'm not confident enough to trade without delta or volume profile, really. But it is possible. Experience brings that belief. Yeah, it does, absolutely. And we've all heard the thing with experience and skill comes confidence. The more you're able to do it, the more it works. At the end of the day, if you can get 6 months of earning money every month and a really nice equity curve, it's you know, you can obviously trade, can't you? You can obviously do it. And obviously that will bring a lot of confidence as well. But the trouble is when you have that many failures, it's very hard to... you can see why it messes with your head and you question whether you can do it or whether you can do it or whether you're luck. And I think sometimes that's why people take risks, because they want to get a bit of a lump sum, get a bit lucky, get $1,000 in the PA account, you know, give yourself a bit of a head start because you lack the confidence that you could do it yourself. But obviously it takes time, doesn't it, to get that confidence. But obviously as your skills go, yeah, because what we don't talk about here, we talk so much about the psychological side. We don't talk so much about the skill side, which is automatically improving every day you're on here. Every time you make a mistake and you take a trade and you watch the market. But like Max says, the best thing you can do is screen time. And obviously we're getting that day by day. It's the one thing we sort of forget we're really getting, but so let me just like if we can get down here somewhere. There is a second entry long there. Trouble is, it's just far from the EMA and possibly it could trigger and come down, or it could rock it up. There's no guarantees with them. And it's a bit frustrating. Touch. Yeah, there is a second entry long there, but it could all could go. I've got no idea. It's 50-50 that, I think. But, you just don't know. There you go. It's going to get taken out. Sure, that, isn't it? Okay, so second entry long in the middle of nowhere, triggered, stopped. I'll tell you before I bottle these Eva, I'll see you all tomorrow. Yeah, take it easy, bud. Okay, leg. Trouble is, we've got a leg up there like we have there, and we had a little bit, and then we pushed up, and then we came back a lot. So we could do the same. We could push up a bit, and then come right back to here and confirm this. I just get nervous about entering around here. I like to get back at least to the EMA, but in these bigger channels, maybe here as well, because it could trigger and then just leg and leg. Yeah, so on the 10,000 tick chart, it's a bit of a clearer picture. We've got a leg up, a break, and another leg up by the looks of things. Trouble is, this traps galore. If you took that little bearish bar, second entry long, trigger just stopped you out. Let's see about this one. See, I don't like these when it's going like this, because it's almost like it's teasing you into it. Right, that's triggered. Let's see what happens. Okay. See, 1 minute doesn't look too bad. We've actually made a small break and a new low, but look at that. Big boy. That's about to make your life miserable. It's just dangerous trading there. It is coming down a bit, but there's clearly congestion there, and that's just asking for trouble, isn't it? I'll be amazed if that doesn't get stopped down. Or it may push up and take out that short. Leg, break. Leg. So I think we're likely to get down here somewhere, so let's have a little look. leg. Can I get you guys to hit that like button if it's okay? I'm just trying to grow the channel a little bit. I do appreciate it. Leg. In fact, let me get rid of that. Thank you. Oh, actually, wasn't that a measured leg? Yeah, it did play out, didn't it? Channel, break, new low. Yeah, we could come down here. There is a higher low there. Just not convinced. It's just in the middle of nowhere a bit, isn't it? It may work. It's naff anyway, so. Leg, break, leg. Yeah, I think this is just sideways. Let me remove that. Yeah, this is sideways. What I'd like to see is it get over to this side. Maybe have a leg down sideways and another leg down, and then continuation up to this measured leg. Could go a lot more than that. Let's have a look. I mean, you may have that first leg, one leg down, two legs down, and then another leg. So we could get quite a nice trending day today. Could. We have got some. It's too late now, isn't it? Where's this gap? Oh, we fill the gap. Okay. 42.20. Oh, we have filled that gap. Oh, comfortably. Okay, no issues. See, to me, this looks like a leg, and I'd like another leg back, which would take us to this area here. One leg back, couple of legs up, this leg back. For me, this is, I can't see that pushing up there. It just looks like a trap to me. It's pushing above it, coming back, pushing above it, coming back. Yeah, I did look at that. It's sort of like a failure or high low, whatever you want to call it. I mean, it may work, but to be fair, it's just in the middle of no man's land at the minute. And not only that, we're real close to those highs. So if you're going to get in there, the highs are like 1.25. So you've not really got a lot of room, have you? Leg, 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 leg. Okay, so this might be our leg back. So that's the trouble getting long in there. For me, I don't see how that can push up there. It's right in the middle of nowhere. We need to get some bit of, hit some structure, don't we? And obviously, this is the area really. We've sort of got up bounce to that midline. So for me, we need to get back here somehow. Nothing from Mac as yet. It shouldn't be long. The good thing about it is Mac's in this now, so he'll have this channel drawn if it's valid. So hopefully any time now we should get something. Nothing yet. Oh. Trouble is we're so close to this now, there's hardly anything left by the time we get a setup. Okay, there is a higher low there. Trouble is, we could come back here. That's the slight concern. Oh, that's frustrating, really. Without a real entry, we're right the way up here. I think that was only one I considered, but the trouble is, it is a bit sideways. You just don't know. It went up, and then it went up, and then it went up. Yeah, it is, isn't it? It's not giving anything away, is it, really? Trouble is, although that worked, I looked at it. The trouble is, it's just a little bit weak, isn't it? Having said that, the ATR has come down quite a lot. Sometimes when the ATR comes and it starts to grind, the trouble is, if we've had a break of this, we've made a new high, and you don't know whether it's going to trigger you and have a leg and a leg and come back to this. You just don't know. So it's not a strong entry, but it's an entry that's obviously pushed up, I don't know, maybe 4 points, but you just don't know whether it's going to tick you. We're going a bit sideways as well, so it's just not a strong entry in my opinion. And I've had a couple of losing days, not a huge amount. I'm down about 280, so really I want my this next trade to really count, and for me it's just not strong enough. I would say more likely win, but I want something a little bit more of a sure thing than that. it's one of those things, isn't it? So, we've hit that measured move. Let's have a look. No, get away. Let's just check I got that in the right place. That there, that there, that there. Where are we? Yeah, we're about to tick off it. That's close enough. Now, it may continue on up, and there's always the possibility that the legs could be larger. We could have a leg like that, and then a leg like that. Leg up, 2 legs back, and that would make sense. Now, as we've had that leg, that measured leg, which has caused us to turn, if we can bounce here and then continue on up, then I think there's a chance of having a leg and a bigger leg. We certainly, definitely in need of a good strong pullback. We've had an overshoot now. Obviously, overshoot, you can move up a bit, come back a bit, and obviously on the daily, that come back a bit can take up half of that. So all the daily does is just give us, so if I look at that now, the daily, you can see obviously as we've had this overshoot, we've had 3 nice strong green bars and we're really at the top, so it's continuing up. Trouble is, at what point do we get a pullback? You don't know whether we're going to get a bit of a pullback half that candle, which, in the grand scheme of things is going to pull back to here. So taking a trade here, you don't know whether we're going to break and have that pullback, couple of legs down, which is, part of that pullback. So, obviously we're moving up at the moment. But as I say, you don't know whether we're going to have a little bit of a pullback. I mean, what I will say is we've had this candle, we have had a pullback, and it's sort of bounced off there and pushed up. But, if that bar fluctuates a bit over the rest of the day, it can make a big difference on this chart. So, but yeah, it is hard to trade, isn't it? And sometimes it's a bit frustrating because we've had such a strong move, and but hindsight's wonderful, isn't it? If we knew what the chart was going to do, we'd be making a fortune. I did look at that, but it came back and there's a bit more of a stem. But you have to accept the fact that we're going sideways there, so you just don't know. We got a leg down, we're going sideways. We could get another leg down. It's just unclear. Now, taking away all this, there's no guarantees that's going to do that. What I will say is at the time it looked like it was holding, but that doesn't always mean it's going to push up. But obviously then when you do nothing and it does, trouble is you get in that, it triggers you and then stops you out. But if you don't do nothing, it rockets up. So you're damned if you do it, you're damned if you don't. But there you go. It's just one of those things. I'll move this. It's just life, isn't it? That's the way it is as a trader. Some days you have good days, loads of setups, everything just works hunky-dory. And then the next days, when the fail second entry short starts, I wasn't too hopeful. Yeah, I mean, it's a failure. In fact, that's the failure. But that bearish bar there didn't trigger, so you just don't know, do you? I'd like to have seen that trigger and then that push up. I was tempted to put an order, one tick above here or here, but the trouble is, you don't know whether we're going to get a failed breakout, which is going to trigger, then come back in. But I mean, the overall is bullish, so I think it's certainly got more chance of going up than not. But I really want to know what's going on, and at the moment, I know what I think's going on, but it's just not clear enough. But you have to acknowledge the fact that it's going sideways, although it is going up. It doesn't always mean. Sometimes it'll trap the balls. We've got a leg down, pull back sideways. You don't know it's going to trap the balls and then have another leg down. You just don't know that. There's a higher low here, but we've got a leg. You don't know. We could have that pullback on the daily. If we get that pullback on the daily, we should do. We could pull back a touch there before we push high. Sometimes these bars go up, they come down, they go up. So it really doesn't help us, I suppose, does it? We got a leg down. Trouble is, you don't know whether they're going to leg down, 2 legs back, and then come down and break. Max, one of his oddballs. He has some odd ones lately, doesn't he? Bless him. He must be getting older. Yeah, I know. Some of them are a bit odd, aren't they? They do. It's almost like something's gone wrong. Oh, bless him. Let's have a look. He's got something that makes no sense, does he? I like Mac. He's a nice guy. He puts a lot of time into it, but you got to have a chuckle, haven't you? Let's have a look. Oh, my good grief. What has he done to us? Let's have a look. You just don't know, though, see, really. It does look a bit odd to us, but you don't know. The trouble is, if we got that, you can't take a long ear, can we? But at the end of the day, you know, sometimes they look a bit odd, but I mean, you got to accept the fact that he's been trained a long time. But I am surprised he hasn't found nothing like that. So, okay, let's see. That's an odd one, isn't it? He does have some odd ones. Excuse me, just 1 second. Sorry about that. Some trading platform. That's the trouble when you start streaming. You get calls all the time, different trading platforms. Some trading platform I've never heard. I said I used an InStrade. Oh, it's always good to have a second one. Why? Okay, so touch. I haven't moved Max, have I? Yeah, I don't know. I kind of like that. We've touched here. We've touched a bunch of times here. We're holding here. That for me. How do they? I got no idea, mate. I got no idea. I don't get as many phone calls as emails. I probably get, I don't know, a couple of phone calls a month. I had one a week ago from, I don't know, someone. But I get emails all the time. I had one yesterday, one the day before, from just different, all sorts of people trying to sell you something and trying to get you to advertise this and all sorts of stuff. But the only ones I've used, in all fairness, is the flow bots and TraderSync. There's nothing else that'd be useful to anyone, so I'm not going to start playing things and ramming stuff down your guys' necks if it's not useful to us. But I tell them I'm busy, I'm trading. They just keep chatting on, don't they? You don't want to be rude, do you? Right, okay, so we've got a leg down, another leg down, a small one, so we could have a break here. It's a bit unclear. Max got his a different way. So, what am I saying? Max wrong and I'm right. So, let's see what happens here. I'm going to have to go back and have a look at this. Hasn't he got something? Isn't Max something like that? And that, isn't it? Let's see, if that's the case, you wouldn't want to be going long here. Let me just remove that a minute. This just looks like it's right to me. I had mine like yours too, yeah. Well, you can't deny that. We've got a touch here. We've got about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 touches here. 2 touches there, 1 touch here. Trouble is, I think you have to do what looks and feels right, and something's I adjusted something there a bit, but let's see what happens if this continues on up. I've got to treat it as it's under the yeah, it is at the moment. You don't know whether you can have a leg down, a few touches, and the leg out. So let's let this finish, and then maybe see if it's figure something else out. So at the moment, we're still holding. So what we want to do is get a push above the EMA, and then have a pullback, maybe a strong higher low. They're both even, so you can recount that one. So there's our first entry. We've got to get above strong and come down and have something looking really strong. Otherwise, no one's going to buy that. So I have a feeling we're going to have a really strong push up. And you might call me mental because everything's struggling to get above that. But it is holding, and it's going to take something like a strong push up. It'll either push up strong or push down strong. Okay, it's still holding. So I don't know. It looks to me we're going a bit sideways and we're holding. I think we're going to have a strong push up. Still holding. Just by the skin of the teeth. Okay, so there's a failure there triggered. So there's the new low. So try go low once, try go twice, failure. Trouble is, price is all.
Order submitted. Order filled.
Okay. It is holding there. I'm willing to take the risk. Let's see what happens. It's clearly bouncing off there. That's a strong push off there, as long as it holds. I just like the way it is still holding. Let's just get out for a 1.5.
Target filled.
Let's get something anyway. I do like the way it's holding and it's pushed pretty strong. So what did I get there? Let's have a look. 375,475. 1.75 points. That's not too bad. Better than a kick in the teeth. That's a failed second entry short. 1.75 points. Thank you, mate. I needed it. Plus 1.75 points. Excuse me, I just didn't want to push my luck. I mean, at the end of the day, we had something here. It was sort of similar, wasn't it? It's sideways and then it starts moving up, and we had the same sideways start moving up. I like the fact that that's triggered. That's a good sign. If it breaks above there, I think we should hit these highs. My only slight concern about that top is we are doing that just a little, although it's still working up. That's a good sign, I think. If it breaks above there, that's a good sign. Where did I get out? Actually, one tick off the top, so I was kind of lucky there, wasn't I? Let's have a look. Yeah, literally a tick off the top, so that was quite, I wouldn't say good judgment, just pure dumb luck, I think. But let's have a look. I mean, what I will say is, look, I mean, you know, Matt's got his different, you just don't know what goes through people's heads. But what I will say is we've touched here, we're clearly moving up. Now, if you look at this here, we've touched once, twice, 3, 4, 5, 6. Perfect. You have to take that into consideration. And then if you work up, you just can't deny that. I can move that just a fraction, but how perfect does it look? Max says, you know, it works in 3 places, so we've got a touch here, a bunch of touches there, you can't deny that there, you just can't. And all I've done is watched it go sideways, bounce off here a bunch of times and start to go up. So at some point you have to go, you know, you just don't know. Sometimes you don't know when it's going to fail. Sometimes it doesn't. Is it a 10 out of 10 trade? No, but I think it's an 8 out of 10 trade. Thank you, Clay. I appreciate that. I have put a little message down here because I've had a really good month this month, and it surprised me that, and it's just, you know, I see so many YouTubers and they go on and on about, you know, use my code, but I don't see many people thanking you. So I'll just put a little note down there thanking you all because, you know, you make things easier for me. You cover my trading costs and able me to, you know, to only have to work weekends with the bits I've earned from this and you guys using my code. So it really is appreciated. So I just wanted to put a little note down there and just say thanks. So thank you. Yeah, as I was saying, it's going sideways, but it's working up. And that looked quite nice. And at some point, you've got to go, oh, do I take a trade? I think that was pure luck. I definitely think there was a bit of luck involved in it. But what I will say, you're a great mate, best streamer. Thank you, Claire. I appreciate that, mate. I do. At the end of the day, I like to think we're all, for me, I look at you guys as work colleagues because we spend 3-4 hours a day together. You know, and it's just about helping each other out, isn't it? I don't know. I like that. I don't think pure luck. I think there's, well, I think getting out one tick from there, but look what's happening. It's still, you know, there's a potential of a move up here and it's still working, isn't it? So for me, it's going sideways, but it's going sideways up and often it does that and then just goes. So look what's happening there. Now, there may have been some shorts there. If that gets above there, for me, that's going up. But, you know, at the end of the day, there's a certain amount of risk in the trades we take. Some are more clear-cut than others. But, you know, at some point you've got to pull the trigger. And it's, you know, I think that something like that is probably going to work in this scenario 70, 80% of the time. Which if you work that out, I'm making money if I take it, you know. So, but it's one of those things. I mean, if I'd have taken that bar and it had rocketed up, you'd have thought, oh, that was actually not a bad trade. But you just never know. You just never know. What I will say, if it's a very strong bar, it usually pushes up. Now, I didn't think that was a very strong bar, but obviously someone did, because it's not us that makes that market move like that. It's the big pockets. But we had the same sort of thing. We had a channel up, we had a break, came back there, and it was sideways but working up, and eventually it went. And I think the same is going to happen here. It's sideways, but it's still working up. So if we can get above here, I think that's something, because there may be some shorts there, but it is looking like it's slowly grinding up. So I don't know, sometimes you got to pull the trigger, you know, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes you do nothing and off it rockets. You never quite know. The spike and channel fits so good at the highs. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. In that case, you're thinking it's coming back here, aren't you? Let's have a look. Are you on about from here, are you, bud? Let's have a look. No, you're from here then, aren't you? Let's have a look. Yeah, leg. It's hard to say, isn't it? What I'm going to do is leave it as it is, and if we do continue to break down, then I'll put it in. Okay, so that stop's been taken now anyway. So yeah, it does look like it's working up. Is it the best entry? No. Like I say, it's a 7 out of 10. I'd expect that to work 7 times out of 10. It's not what I would call a high probability trade, but at the end of the day, if it had just rocketed up, you'd think, oh yeah, great entry. So you never quite know. So, okay, so we've got a leg back here and a leg back here, or it might just be a break. There's a little bit of uncertainty, so it may be a break. It's hard to say. But what I will say is how that's touched and worked there and worked there, it's pretty convincing. Let's see how far we come out. I'll tell you what I'll do. Let's just kill that colour. 0. Sometimes when you get too much colour in there, it just confuses things a bit. Okay, so you're saying about here, yeah, so let's put that there. You may be right. Leg. Oh, you may be my new best friend. Okay, I think that's okay actually. Touch, leg. We'll see. Yeah, it's not too bad on there. You want to back further down, are you, or what? Let's have a look, Lance. Do you think, as a trader, can ever get to the level where it becomes easy? That's an interesting question, actually. What I will say is, if you've read, what's his name? Come on, guys. What's his name? Who's the book? You have both channels in case. Yeah. Who's the book? Who's the book by? Who's the one of the main gurus? He's not with us, sadly, at the moment. He passed away, didn't he? What's the book? He's got videos, all sorts of stuff. He's the main guy we talk about. It'll come to me. No, Mark Douglas. If you read Mark Douglas's book or listen to his videos, he says when you can trade and you can control the emotions, trading becomes easy. Now, at the end of the day, it's a job like every other job. Now, if you're a doctor, now, I know in the UK, I don't know about other parts of the world, but in the UK, I think you go to medical school for 7 years, and it's a long time. Now, let's say I'm 3 years experience. Now, if I'm a doctor with 3 years experience, I'm going to be able to do so much, but I'm still going to have to rely on other people. But the more experience you get, you just get better at it. You can take responsibility and all that sort of thing. So from what I can from what I gather, yes, it becomes like any other job at some point in the future. If you're doing it every single day, day in, day out for 5 years, it's going to become like every other job. And what I will say, I understand the markets way more now than I used to. It used to feel very alien, but I feel like sometimes it's quite natural. I know what's going on. So I would say absolutely at some point, it would seem like, yeah, it's a job. In fact, it'd be nice to get Mac's opinion on that, just from an experienced trader. But I don't know if there's anybody in here who's been trading 5, 6, 7 years that makes regular money. But, you know, let's say, for instance, you make, I don't know, $10,000 a month for the last 2 or 3 years. You know, in your, and I think what it is, it's getting to that stage in your mind where you are 100% confident you can do this. And until you make consistent gains, you always have that doubt. And I think when you have that doubt, that makes you think, ooh, I'm not comfortable. Do I really think it's going to work? You know what I mean? So I think at some point when you become consistent, it becomes a job and you're a trader full time and you make money at it. It's your full-time job. But for most of us at the moment, we're on that journey. So yeah, I would say it absolutely does. It's like anything. If you do it day in, day out, after a period of time, it's going to be natural. It's going to be like a normal job. You're going to see a trade, you're going to take it. If it wins, it wins. If it loses, it loses. It doesn't really matter because you know every month for the last 2 years, you've made $10,000 a month. The ability to only take sure things is key. Yeah. I think as your experience grows, you'll get used to, like Max says, you'll get used to knowing where to stay out. I feel like I've grown a lot knowing where to stay out. You'll hear me say now, that to me has got a trap written over it. I don't like it, and it'll trigger, come down and stop it out. And that's purely because the amount of time, you know, we spend on the charts. So I absolutely think, yeah, at some point it's going to be like a job. In fact, I'm not sure about any of them now. But yeah, I would absolutely say that, mate. At some point. But it's like Max says, if you look at some of his earlier videos, you know, he says, you know, a doctor this, doctor that. It takes that long. And I thought, how can it take as long as being a doctor? You go to university or medical school for 7 years. But after seeing how difficult it is, I absolutely get where he's coming from. But you'll get better and better at it. You know, at some point things will click. You'll just get used to it. You'll just know where not to enter and where to enter. Yeah, based on what I can see there, a little bit of luck there. I don't know how the hell I managed to take that and get a 0.75. Where the hell did I take a trade there? Was it that one I took? No. Where the hell did I get in there? Oh, I took it on a limit order, didn't I? Yeah. Really good job I did. Yeah, definitely a bit of luck. Having said that, if I had the channel and it rocketed up from there, it's one of those things. So you're basically, yeah, absolutely. But like Max says, the more time you spend, what we're doing is studying human behavior. So the more times you do that, it's going to come natural. If you watch human beings in a room together and you study them for long enough, you're going to know what's going on. And you're going to become a professional at it. And that's your professional full-time trader, just like most other jobs. I'm pretty sure some of you guys have done jobs that have taken you 4 or 5 years. You know, I mean, apprenticeships in the UK going back years, bricklayer, carpenter, would be 5 years. You would be an apprentice. Now, you wouldn't think it would take 5 years to learn to, you know, build walls and stuff like that, but it can do. It's a tricky job. I was a bricklayer. I know it was a difficult job to learn, but it didn't take me nowhere near as long as trading. But yeah, absolutely is the answer to the question. It will become like a normal job. It has to. At some point, if you've been doing this years, it's going to be a job that you've been doing for years and you're an expert at it. It doesn't mean you're not going to have losing days because you're going to make mistakes, but you will learn to filter out a lot of the shit because you'll just know. You see certain trades and certain patterns again and again and again. These log up in your memory bank. and you're just going to know, you're going to get a feeling. Yeah, I was a bit lucky there. Yeah, sometimes you take them, you get lucky, sometimes you don't. So it swings and roundabouts, really, isn't it? But at least I'm glad to get something on the board. I've worked for years as a cameraman. That'd be really interesting. 30 years. Took me at least 5. Getting on big. Ah, really? How interesting. I went through a stage of being really interested in that. I used to make little films. I used to use Premiere Pro, and I had various sort of camcorders and stuff like that. We're going back maybe 10 or 15 years when we had things like digital, is it High 8 and is it digital? I can't remember, Digital 8 or whatever. So on my holidays, I used to, put them to music and have little bits cutting in and out and pans and all this sort of stuff. I was really interested in that for a while. You sold at the perfect. Yeah, I certainly did, and I want it from the highs. Yeah. But no, I used to really enjoy that. I started. What did I start with? It was a piece of software. I actually did they called it a camcorder course at the time, just about how to put, how to sort of, put something similar together. Add sort of cutaways and what do they call them? Where you sort of blend between one another. I can't think. It's been years since I've done it. And then I got quite heavily into photography. Actually, I really enjoy photography, and I did a lot of. I did some portrait stuff, but what I really enjoyed was landscape. So I had a nice Canon 5D Mark II, some nice L-range lenses, and I really enjoyed photography for a while. I haven't done any for a bit since I started trading. Everything went on a whole, but great stuff. It was High 8, wasn't it? And then what else? It was like a digital. The small ones came in because it was 8mm with the cassettes, and then you had High 8, and then you had the smaller digital ones, and then obviously everything started going to SD cards and all that sort of stuff. But I really enjoyed it, actually. It was really good fun, that was. It takes time putting stuff together and getting it right, but the more you do it, the more you sort of want to perfect it. But I always thought it might be interesting to do music videos. I really enjoyed that at the time. Mini DV, that's it. That's what I was thinking about. Yeah, Mini DV. But I started getting into it. I went to a guy I know who I bumped into. He used to film at football matches, and I went along with him a couple of times, and that's sort of how I started on it. He used to film for Chelsea in London, but he was from Shrewsbury, and he used to drive down there, and I went down there with him one weekend to a match, and he sort of showed me around, and it was great fun, actually. Great fun. But I enjoyed putting stuff to music. You can have a scream, you can have really great fun and a right giggle. But yeah, I really enjoyed that. But obviously with technology, I mean, it's been 10 years since I've done that. Technology's come on a long way, hasn't it? We never had 4K back then. It's got to have been about 15 years ago, I think. Maybe a little bit more. But yeah, it's all SD cards or micro SD cards and all that now, isn't it? But yeah, great fun. Great fun. If you make your first measured leg shorter, PA, if you make your first measured leg shorter, PA has made 2 measured legs. Right, I did have it initially there. Let's have a look. I think it already made it when I moved, didn't it? Oh no, maybe not. Okay, so you're on about bringing it down here, aren't you? Yeah, in fact, I think I had it like that, didn't I? And then when it started doing this, I extended it. Or didn't I? I can't remember what the hell I've done now. But yeah, I got what you're saying. Leg up. Yeah, it's a little bit hard to put these measured legs right, didn't I? You did, yeah. I think I did, and then I adjusted it, thinking we could go higher, but obviously it's looking less like it. So okay, so let's say that's played out right to the tick, actually. Still amazes me how accurate these things can be. So yeah, I got a bit lucky there. I'll take that though. Sometimes it happens, doesn't it? Sometimes yeah, things are for you. Sometimes they're not. Now Okay, so that is a possibility. Whether it is or not, I don't know. Possibility of something bigger. If we can get a leg and a leg back here and start working up, then that's a possibility. But until then, is that likely? I don't know. What I'm thinking is if we have a channel, maybe this is a couple of legs and then maybe something else. As I say, looking at that daily, we pushed up, didn't we? And that's what I mean. We're having a bit of even a small pullback on one of these candles can be, I suppose, 15, 20 points, can't it? But so far so good. But we've come in and we've sort of hit that, but you don't know whether we're going to have a more of. I mean, look at that. We had that. Sorry, I'm talking crap at the moment. Sorry about that. We got up. You don't know whether we're going to get a bit of a pullback and then a bounce again. But the trouble is, an overshoot on here is a lot more difficult to read on the smaller channel because the tiniest pullback here can be like a crash for a day, can't it? So I'll tell you what. Let's for now just connect the dots at the top and put that like that. Because actually that visually looks quite nice, and let's just consider this for now as a break. I don't know what Max got, and I feel a bit cheeky not following him, but I don't know, at some point you've got to make your own decisions, haven't you? I don't know whether Max right or I don't know what Max wrong. I will say he obviously knows a lot more than I do, but I do think that looks nice. Let's have a look what I missed here. This makes training to the year. It certainly does, mate. I was AFK, head and shoulders pattern on the top. Looks great for a short. Okay, you're talking about shoulder, head and shoulder. So as a rule, we got the arm, shoulder, head, shoulder. As a rule, do you expect that to come down the same as that? I suppose you do, don't you, obviously? Yeah. See, Mac never talks about patterns, but they do seem to play a part, don't they? Yeah, I'm so glad I didn't hold on there. It was definitely a bit of luck, that. See, that's the problem sometimes when you don't have these channels right. I mean, if the channel's right, and that's what I mean, it looked so good. But ultimately, it's not down to what I think, it's down to what the majority think, because if the majority of traders have got it a certain way, and especially the ones with big pockets, sometimes when you get two measured legs, you don't get a reset. Something. No, yeah, you're right, you don't always. See, sometimes you get measured leg, it comes down and just continues higher, but obviously this has caused a break. So we've had a leg down, we've had a break and a new low. So yeah, it could push up, it may retest this, it could push higher, it could come down. Like I say, it's hard to say. We may end up having just a big range day if it comes down to here. What time is that news? 18. Oh yeah, that's fine. 6 o'clock, that is. We'll be done by then. Yeah, sometimes you get I feel a bit cheeky marking that as a winning trade in TradeSync, but at the end of the day, it worked for whatever reason. Sometimes it doesn't work. Sometimes with the best intentions of a trade, they don't work. So what I will say though is I'm yet to see a trade, a really good setup that doesn't work. And I mean a good setup that I can't find any reason not to take it. I'm yet to see one of those fail. It's just a shame you don't get as many of them anymore. Okay, so there is a possibility of just a straightforward downtrend now. Or even maybe a part pullback. As I say, the thing is about these candles is it can go right up, come right the way down and go right up again. Now, we've got 3 decent sized candles there. So we had the same there and it continued up, and the same there. And what I will say is it's an overshoot, so I definitely expected a pull up. So you know, you would think something like that would go up maybe towards the EMA and then have a pullback. So I wouldn't be surprised if we're having a bit of a pullback within this candle. That would make sense on here. So maybe we have a leg and a leg, and then we continue up like on that bigger candle. So obviously there is the possibility of you know, maybe doing something like that. I mean, this is pure speculation at the moment, but it could happen. I like the way that looks. So let's see if we get a leg and a leg. He's also said look for patterns. Has he really? I've not heard that. Okay, I believe you. I believe it's played out. Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, everything we look for is patterns, really. You know, a higher low, a second entry long is a pattern. It's a pattern of two pullbacks, isn't it? So, I've always said I think that's why Mac doesn't show us his trades, because he probably takes trades that don't follow his rules. And why? Because he obviously been reading these charts for years. And, you know, if you see, you know, we see times, I don't know how many times I say to me, I know it's not a setup, but to me it looks like it's just going to go up, and it often does. So, you know, with time and experience, we'll notice things and we'll start taking trades that don't necessarily follow Mac's pattern. But that's what happens when, you know, you spend more time reading these charts. Goes without saying, really, doesn't it, that you know. I drew my downtrend off the lows, not the highs. See, Mac always usually goes from the top one to the nearest swing high, which would be there. So maybe we've had a leg and a drop and two pushes down. So possibly a second entry short, possibly a bottoming pattern. We had something similar to that yesterday and it rocketed up. So that may be fact. I'll go as far as to say there's just a trend channel. We've had a break, two pushes down to a new low, a retest of this, quite a strong bar. So we could push up from here. We could not. So, yeah, don't get me wrong. I like to have the bottoms. Yeah, so I like to have the bottoms wider trend, but off the lows. So you're all about that, aren't you? Exponential, do you trade Pats, do you? I think you do, don't you? You're all about something like that. There's a spike in channel. I'm just curious, why do you always draw those small channels? These, just call them short-term trend channels. Just so when we see a break, if we see a break and two pushes up, we'll take a trade. Because usually when we draw a channel like this, when the market breaks, usually it'll make a new high. So, yes, I do. And some other setups. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I start to get some other setups as well, and you start to think differently, don't you? But yeah, we draw these just to, you know, when we wait for a break, really, market usually makes a new extreme. Same down there, we had a break, new extreme. So if we mark that and it has a break and has two legs up to the EMA with the bearish bar, that's an entry we usually take. Short-term channels, it's supposed to close out, then move to a new extreme. Yeah, same there, new extreme being a new low in a downtrend, a new high. So that one we had a break and a new high. So if we had two nice legs, which probably was there, we then pushed up. So what we do is we have a break, as long as we don't push straight and have a new high, we're looking for two legs back, and then a nice bullish bar. Sure, I get the yeah. So yeah, it's just part of how he teaches. Yeah, see, we did there, but obviously it took a bit of time. Oh no, tell a lie, we had a break there, didn't we? But if we can get a couple of legs back, but I don't know, this looks to me like we may push up. We did something similar to this yesterday. Where was it? Out of the channel. Was it there? Where was it? We had a push up. I think it was there. We came down a little bit of what's it and then up. I think it was there. I can't remember. We were there. We look like we're bottoming here, so if we can push up. So it's just me, but I only draw out big channel, support resistance, and measured moves. Tug of war, yeah. What I will say is, Mac did say to me once, he said, as you get more experience, you'll find your own way of doing things. And it's right in a way, isn't it? You know, when we learn to drive, we're taught a certain way, aren't we? You know, do this with the steering wheel, do that, don't cross your hands, do all this. But then after a while, you sort of, you find your own road, don't you? And I think that's actually the same with trading. And not only that, you'll find your own setups in time, won't you? You'll find your own setups. Because you'll just know if you see the market doing this again and again and again, at some point you're going to go, well, I'm going to trade it. If I see that doing that, you know, sideways and an upward wedge, and I see that push up out, 8-9 times out of 10, you're going to start trading here, aren't you? And I think that's it. As your skill level develops, obviously your skill levels develop well because you're doing your own. You got your own style, shall we say? You put your own. What's the word? You rub your own funk on it, for want of a better word. But yeah. Check out Vincent Desarnio. Free pre-market analysis each morning 8 to 9 Eastern Time for market sediment and levels to watch out for stocks. Let me take a photo of that on YouTube. Let me take a photo. Vincent Desarnio. So okay. I'll take a photo of that. I'll have a look. Anything new interesting? I'm interested. So, are we going to push up here? I think we may do. So what I'd like to do is push up and come back and retest. What I don't want to do is go long in a fade, in a failed breakout or a breakout pullback. See, what I'd like to see is a leg and then a leg. Yeah, I suppose you could class that as a leg and a leg, but I stopped watching all that stuff. It would give me a bias and affect my trading. Yes. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, sometimes when I first started streaming and people used to say, I'm going long here, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. Yeah, that used to affect my bias. Sometimes they worked, sometimes they didn't. So, but yeah, I know what you mean. The trouble is, with this price action, with us going for, a couple of point moves, it doesn't really matter. Anything else doesn't really matter what the day's doing, what this is doing, because obviously we just trade very small little pieces of this. Okay, so that's a breakout. So as long as that doesn't come back in, I think there's a chance that could push up. You're long here, are you? Yeah, it looks like it's bottoming to me. What I'd like to see is it pull back a little bit, and then what I don't want to do is it push up, me go long, and then it pull back into this range. But yeah, I am still looking on that daily. It's definitely, we're in a little bullish phase at the moment. We've pushed right up, we've come back down, so I think it's, we've pushed up, and we've literally bounced off that, the bottom of their line, so I'd say we've got to push up at least a bit more before we have a pullback, at least to the MA. So that's what I'm hoping we get. Maybe a leg and a leg, and then some more up. You don't break even. Yeah. You take that one, did you? Or that one? Yeah, I mean, we've had a... See, it depends how you draw that. I mean, at the end of the day, Mac hasn't got that trade, so where's he gone from? Does he go from here? Where does he go from? No. Did Mac have it something like that? Yeah, I think he did, didn't he? Okay, Mac's got it like that, which, in all fairness, is a bit odd. You very rarely see him doing anything like that. Very rarely. But I don't know, maybe he's right. Touch in there, touch in there. Isn't it funny how it's come back? So maybe he's right. What, might have think that he's wrong. Mac's Mac, isn't he? In fact, that's still getting on my nerves. Okay. I mean, the way that's touched, I mean, he marked this when we were just up here, but look what's happened. It's clearly come down and bounced exactly where he had that line. So maybe this is a push-up. Touch. This is a failure, isn't it? That bearish bar is triggered. So it's still a bit risky in my opinion, but that could push up nicely. Vincent teaches patience in trading. Watch each morning for a couple of weeks and it will change your perspective on the trading. Took me a while to accept anything other than the Holy Mac. Yeah, I know what you're saying there. I understand where you're coming from there. Yeah. Sometimes I think you've got to think for yourself, haven't you? Someone sent me an email a few weeks ago that says, how about trade, because I was on about trading Mac. He went, how about trading you? Trading your style, your thoughts, and I thought a lot about that, and I thought, well, at some point you've got to think for yourself, and you can't go, well, what would Mac do? You know what I mean? You've got to think out the box a bit. So I get what you're saying there, but I'm going to take a photo of that as well. Is anybody that has anything to do with any sort of patience and all that sort of stuff, it's worth it the weight in gold. So yeah, see, do I follow Mac or do I keep myself? And up there I'd have said that looks a bit odd, but now that's working exactly the same as that. Maybe it's not. You'll find it in yourself. Yeah, you have to at some point, don't you? You've got to sort of take a step out the fold, haven't you, so to speak. I'm hoping we get a push out of this because, I've done this with Max. It doesn't actually look as odd as it first did. And if we push up here, pull back. What I will say is I don't like these channels that aren't, quite shallow. When you think about it, Mac's version has many other types. Absolutely. I don't take Vincent's trade, but I get the roadmap for the day. I got you. I have a feeling this is going to push up. It's looking like it's going to, isn't it? Okay, there's a failure there. There's a failure there. If that pushes up there and triggers that, we may get a move. But at the moment, I'm sitting. In fact, I'm just going to take a quick bathroom break. I'll be a minute. Okay. So we do look like we're making higher highs. The trouble is, I've seen this before and sometimes it just drops. There's the failure there. I try go once, but I would say it's likely to push up, but I'm just unsure about the whole thing at the moment. It could just come tumbling down. Wish you all the best on you. Thank you, mate. I appreciate that. Okay, this looks like it's starting to move. In all fairness, though, as tempting as that failure is, I even consider getting on a limit order there, but I just don't know. It's still choppy, isn't it? And a little bit unclear. Although it looks like it's likely to push up. Got another 1.5 on Levi yesterday. Good on you, Kev. It's not pushing up as strongly as I would have expected once it's got above there, which that's what's making me nervous. It's just slow. Bearing in mind we have got this FOMC news later, so that's probably got something to do with it, but it's just... Yeah, it's going up a bit, stopping, going up a bit, stopping. It makes me nervous, that does. And what I will say is, had a bit of sideways. In fact, you could probably even take that up to there. Yeah, it's just a bit dangerous, that. So, yeah, there is a failure there, but it's not what I would call a really strong entry. I mean, if you get a really good strong bar, that would entice traders to go long there, and then you would usually follow by a strong push up, but it's not pushing up strong, which tells me there's not a lot of buying in here. In which case, that would be a weak trade. And the trouble is, these weak trades often get stopped out. Because I'm assuming traders, well, it's going sideways and up a touch. Traders would be looking for a strong signal on where to go. If it does continue to work up slowly, then I expect maybe when it gets so high, then maybe to pick up some speed. But it's just a bit unnerving, this, isn't it, coming back like that? That's working off that. What's this? Oh, it's the price. I'm losing my marbles. All the green line was its price. Yeah, it's just sideways, isn't it? So that's a weak trade, I think, and that could get stopped out. That's why I left it. It is a failure, but it's not a very strong positional trade, is it really? It may hold, but my thoughts are that could possibly get stopped out. You're looking for a short here, Clay. Interesting. That's what I mean. We got a leg down, break new low side. Was it? You could continue down, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, look at that. Actually, it doesn't look too bad. Continue sideways. That's what I mean. Sometimes you get longs here, longs there, longs there, and all of a sudden what they're not seeing is the bigger pattern. As soon as it hits here, down it comes. And away comes those long stops and it gets momentum then. So, yeah, you may be right, mate. Let's have a look. Doesn't look too bad, does it? One touch there, just a little bit higher. Yeah, it's not the clearest of days today, is it? I can't decide between long or short. No, I'm on your side there, mate. I'm not too sure here. 1 minute I'm thinking it's working up, but then Clay's just thrown a spanner in the works by saying he's looking for a short, and when you mark that there, he could well be right. But obviously it's clearly sideways, bit of an upwards bit, but it's as good as confusing at the moment. So it could. I mean, and it often does this. You may get in there long, you may get long in there, you may get long in there, and all of a sudden down it drops. And as it gets close to this line, it may well do that. Uptrend, but below the, yeah. Let's see what happens if it hits this. Because often if that's accurate, if other traders have got that like that, the guys with the big money, that's where they're going to be looking to go short. So this could just be sucking a load of bulls in, and once there's probably going to be some there, maybe some above that if it triggers. If that comes tumbling down, that's going to give it some momentum. Okay, so that's hit that line now there. That fits nice. Let's see what happens there. Okay, if that was coming down, I'd expect it to have done it by now. Because if there are traders going to be going short, surely when it broke above there, that's where their orders to go short would be, I would have thought. So maybe we are going to get a push up, or maybe they put short orders a bit further above. I don't know. But I would expect it to tick that bar if it was going to come down and then turn. And so far, we've not had anything dramatic. Oh. Okay, so it's stuck there. We've pushed up, and it seems to be 10,000. Looks bullish, does it? I've got the daily on at the moment. We've had a break, new high, come down. Yeah, it could be. So however you draw this channel, why Why can't I not know? Yeah, I mean, it could be a two-tier. Actually, that looks kind of nice. It could be a two-tier channel. That looks like it's about to rocket off, doesn't it? It could be a two-tier channel. Kind of looks nice, doesn't it? That's if you draw it like that, of course. If you draw it like that, obviously, I suppose it does as well, yeah. I tend to agree with you there. So let's have a look. So if we can get above here, I mean, it's clearly pushing. So that's our Mac. That is chart. So he's got it like that. It touched there, and obviously as that's come down, it's worked exactly where he put that line. So breakout shoot to the bottom. Yeah, that's always possible. When that ticked above, I expected that, but maybe they've put it a little bit further above. I don't know. Or maybe it's not going to. But I've seen this before. Sometimes it goes sideways and up very slowly. It slowly grinds a bit and gives us a few sort of long positions, and all of a sudden, wham, down it comes. We'll soon find out as that goes higher. Yeah, I'd have expected to see it by now. Actually, it's still... I mean, you could argue it's still staying on that line. I mean, that takes a fraction of an adjustment, which doesn't actually change anything here, so... So I'm a bit on the fence here. Part of me thinks long, part of me thinks it might just drop quickly. Oh, 1 minute red, next minute green. Absolutely, yeah. I'm just sitting watching. I ain't going long or short at the moment, mate. Not at all. Just going to micro adjust that fraction. Okay. I haven't been forcing trades and have to work on that. Oh, I have been forcing. Yeah. I've done it myself. In fact, I probably argue that I probably wouldn't argue against that one, trying to force a trade. I mean, I took it on a limit order when it came back. Yeah, I think we all do it from time to time, don't we? Sometimes, you know, we'll have a spell of doing things perfectly well. But we did up until leading up to September. In a month or two leading up to September was bloody awful, in my opinion. There just wasn't many setups at all. So it really takes you a lot of, you know, a lot of sort of strength of character, well, strength of mind to hold on and sit back, especially when you're getting the day or two or three at a time with not a lot. And there just really wasn't. We just went from days and days without seeing a decent second entry. It was a bit frustrating. You do wonder whether it's going to stay like that, you know, you just don't know. And then obviously September came and things are, well, I'd say more halfway through September, it started to pick up. I mean, I had a day the other day with 3 winning trades in a day. I haven't taken 3 winning trades in a day, or even 3 trades in a day for quite a long time. But you know, sometimes you just get a bit lucky. Sometimes I don't know whether it's just how they fall. They happen to, you know, fall just right for us or not. I don't quite know how it works. Sometimes when I want practice riskier trades, I jump on the MES. Yeah, I mean, Mac marks, you know, high risk trades, but he only marks the ones that work. So that tends to make you think the slightly more risky ones are still going to work as well, but it's not the case, is it? Okay, we're still grinding up here, but we are starting to hold on that line. So You have to pay attention to that, I think. Right, in fact, I'll tell you what, I'm just going to take a quick 5-minute break. Where's my... Okay, yeah. While it's doing this, I'm getting a bit thirsty, actually. I'm just going to take 3 to 5 minutes, make a quick cup of tea, and I'll be back. Okay. Okay, excellent. Okay, and we come back to that line again. Okay, there's a lower high there, so we're at that sort of area where it could do bloody anything. In fact, let's get rid of that for a minute. So, Max got it like this. But there's that as well, and you have to take that into consideration. There is a lower high there which is triggered. Let's see. There's a second entry long off here, so there could be multiple traps here. Let's have a look. Second entry long triggered, lower high triggered, possible failed second entry long, so it's a little bit iffy here. What do I think? I think from what I can see for the day, it's more likely going to go up. But I'm not convinced enough to trade on it just yet. Especially when I see that. That's a little bit. There's a failure there. Failed second entry long. But it's holding, price is holding here, so I have to take into consideration that. And obviously it's holding there, so... Max channel, yeah, it is. Well, it was. In fact, you can ever so slightly adjust that so it doesn't really make a difference. But there's a failed second entry long there, which is triggered, and that's pushing up. I'm just staying out of this at the moment because it's clearly choppy. It's giving multiple signals here. It's giving signals we're going long. It's giving signals we're going short. What I will say is if that breaks above here, I would err on the side of long then, although I'm not taking anything until we get out of this completely, either above it and retest it and move up, or below it. Okay, so that now is looking more bearish. Let's see. Yeah, okay. I very nearly thought about trading there, but that's looking bearish now. Having said that, leg, it could push up. It could do multiple things here, really. Depends how this channel is. I'm a bit... You're short again. Yeah, I don't blame you, mate. I think that's a good call, actually. My only slight concern was that just holding the prices here. Yeah, lovely. I think you get some good points out of that. $42.07. Right from here. What are you on about? There. Yeah, there was something else as well. I think we had it from here. I think that was initially how we had it, from there to there, which is basically the same thing, isn't it? Right to nearest tick. So you just add yours from there to there. See, we had it right from the very bottom, that first push up, and then a pullback. So we know we've been up there in whatever form, whether it's from here or whatever, but we know we've been up there. Okay, so lower high there. See, I still just don't know about this. It's maybe retesting this. Maybe play. Yeah, are you still in this short, Claire? Yeah. Oh. Why didn't you take that failed second entry long? Reason being is because of that. Price is holding there, and it could be a trap. It could trigger you and push up. I have to be aware at the moment that prices are following that line. They're following that line, and they're following that line. So it may be a trap. And it's clearly choppy and congested, so I'm not confident enough to do that. And not only that, Mac's got his channel like that. I didn't initially, but Mac has. So if Mac's got his channel like that, I can't see him taking that short. I may be wrong, but it is congested, so you just have to be. You shorted at 43, did you? 43. Oh, you went up here, did you? Yeah. Yeah, I'm just concerned that one, it's going sideways, and it's going sideways along that line. Touch there and touch multiple times there, so I've just got mixed feelings about this. Yeah, close to lows, no setups. You just don't know, do you? Really, it's not very clear. In all fairness, if you look at that, that says we're ranging regardless of what this does. You're still on your runner, yeah. See, if you took that, yeah, it worked, but you're 2/3 of the way from the top of this. So it could come down, bounce. It's just not clear for me at the moment. You know, I am aware that there is a possibility of a downtrend. I'm also aware that so far we've been bullish. You know, we pushed up, we've come to this, we have come back, we've gone sideways, and we started to push up. So you can't help but think this is looking a bit bullish. It doesn't mean it's not going to come down, but I mean, really, we've gone a bit sideways, we come out. We could just have a leg down and a leg down and some more continuation. See, if you look at the daily, where's the daily? Chart above frozen. Yeah, so if you look at the daily, we've had a bit of an overshoot there. So this is pushing up, so you just don't know. This may continue to push up to the EMA, so it's a bit hard. So it's just a little bit unclear. I do like the fact that this, but it is still sideways. So like, gun to my head, I would say there is a big drop coming very soon. You may be right, mate. I'm still short. Target is 42.26 down here. You're not far away. I'd like to see that retest the bottom of this. Yeah, see, I mean, it is possible. We're looking at this. A leg up, 2 legs of correction, and then continuation up. Because if you look on the daily, we've certainly got scope to continue up to this EMA. If you look there, we pushed straight up to the EMA. There, we had that pullback. So as this is an overshoot, or I would suggest it's an overshoot, there's certainly a lot of space to push up. It's just hard to say. You don't know whether we're going to come down and retest this and push up, but at the moment, we've been literally going up with the exception of a leg and a leg, so it could be like that, and a leg and a leg, and then some more continuation up at the moment. That would take us down to about here if that's the case. I'm still not a massive fan of Mac's chart, to be honest with you. Whether he's still got the same or not, who knows? Here we go through 42.27, then may go down further. Certainly could do. Yeah, it's not very clear, is it? It's still one of those days again. Where's that news? Okay, we've got a while to that news still. You up here, are you? Trouble is, I like to put it there because if I'm going to take a short, I'd rather come out here rather than suggest it comes down lower, see. So if you expect it to come down lower, in all fairness, I wouldn't go the full length of it anyway. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, it's just one of those things, isn't it? This, you just don't know, do you? Really, it's a bit awkward price action, isn't it? It's not very clear. Some days, as we know, it's like reading a book. It's just so easy to read. It's so clear. And then other days, it's just a little bit mixed up, and it is a bit. In fact, it might help if I clear some of this up. See, I still kind of like the way that's pushing up. I'm not a fan of the way Mac had it, and that's nothing wrong with that, I suppose. But I'm aware where it was. But that to me looks like a leg up, a break. See, the break is from here, isn't it, really? So leg. In fact, what I'm going to do is just leave it like that just for now. And let's see what happens. Leg, if we do get a continuation up, which we could do, because obviously, excuse me, on the daily, we've had that push up. That bar's finished nearly on its high. That bar's finished on its high. There's a fair chance that could finish on its high. It could go up even a bit higher. So you know, it's certainly feasible we could have this channel up, a leg and a leg, and then another leg up. I don't think there'll be a wider leg, but even so, I mean, it's certainly feasible, isn't it? Leg up, one leg, two legs of correction, and another leg up. See, when you look at it like that, and you think about what's going on the daily, leg up, two legs of correction, another leg up, you know, it's as good as anything, really, isn't it? So it's just, I got mixed feelings here, but that looks to me like a leg. That looks like a possibility of two legs of correction, and that looks like another leg, which would take us up to 4280. So 4280 on here is 4280, which is there basically, which is right at the tip of that EMA, 4280. Which is about there, I think. Actually, a bit lower. Upper fractione, upper tiny touch. But yeah, so the chance of that finishing there by the day, it's going to be a big bar, but I mean, after that overshoot, you would expect to quite likely get to that EMA. Now, whether it'll happen today or not, whether it'll happen, you know, you just don't know whether it's going to come out and bounce, but I would suggest that that is a fair target. At the end of the day, so we got that channel up, two legs of correction, that would take us up to there. So you can certainly do that on the daily. Whether it'll do that on this or not, God only knows. But leg up, break, two legs of correction. Be interesting to see. The reason I'm putting that there and not up here is because that's where we would have had the break from, the two legs of correction. So let's just have a look. This is obviously pure speculation, but I think it's a fair possibility. We can certainly go up quite a bit more on the daily, especially because of the overshoots. So I've put that there because that's just where that measured leg comes down to, depending on obviously where along here it falls, but it'd be somewhere around there. And if we can bounce there and start to work up, then I'll be thinking about long. And the good thing is, if we can move around here, we've got plenty of space to catch and move up, if indeed that's the way it goes. So where are we now? 1630 coming up, 1730, 18. So we got an hour and a half, is that right? Till the news. 6 o'clock UK time, so it's, yeah, an hour and a half. So we'll probably finish in about 30 minutes, something like that. We've come up 3 hours now. Another 30 minutes, I think, is ample then. At least I'm up a bit today. Whether it's through pure luck or what, it seems a bit like it, but sometimes I get out of a trade for a couple of ticks and it goes up 12 points. So, you know, some you win, some you lose. Sometimes you get a bit lucky, sometimes you get a bit unlucky. It's all part and parcel of it. Okay, so leg would take us down here. See, I'll be surprised if Mac takes that because his channel came up here, so maybe he will. Well, I say take it, mark it. His channel came along there like that. In which case, would he go short there? Who knows? Maybe he would. Or will he mark it? Sometimes he marks these, whether he takes them or not, doesn't he? That's a good question, mate. I hate that voice as well. Gives me bloody nightmares. There is a way of doing it. If you just go into YouTube and search Ninja Trader changing the sounds, there is a way of doing it. I think you have to download one and import it in there. But yeah, second entry short off EMA. Yeah, that's if we're coming down here. I think it's feasible, isn't it? Pull down, leg down, 1, 2 attempts to go high. Yeah, I could go with that. Wonder if it's low volume today so far. Everyone keeping their patch. Yeah, quite possibly. Yeah, I've looked at it before. I didn't do anything, but you had to download something, download a voice and change it or something or other. But there is a way of doing it. Most of the shorts got out there. Why it's slow. Now some are still in there. Trying to push it down. Yeah, I agree with that actually. Leg down, couple of attempts to go higher, testing the bottom of this. We do seem to be working down. We've had a touch there, a few touches there, touches there. The backside looks okay. Leg down. See, we've had this leg up, 2 legs of correction. I think it's likely we're going to push up. Where we do it, I'm hoping it's here, where this measured leg will sort of be played out now. I've done the shorter version instead of longer version because what I don't want to do is if I get into something is hold, because I think it's down here. I'd rather sort of get out early. Looked at the settings. Guess I've got to do it. Yeah, I don't think there's no magic bullet. It's not just click on this and change the voices. It's not like your sat nav. I wish it was. Yeah, I hate that woman saying stop filled. I want someone who's going to give me a little bit of a lift. Sorry you've messed up, but you're still handsome and you're my favourite. You know, something on the lines of that, something to make you feel good when you lose. Not stop filled. Yeah, it is a bit haunting, that. I know a few years it'll be just Ninja Trader, change voice, won't it? It'll be like Alexa. There'll be something like that soon, won't there? I think it's a WAV file. Yeah, I think you might be right. There in the code, you have to put in the new name. Michael B. Are you a new face, Michael, are you? Have you been hiding in the background and not come forward? Where are you from, Michael? I think you're a new face. I don't think you've been here before, have you? So then in the code, you have to put the new name. You have to look into that. I'll consider that myself, actually. I do get fed up of hearing that woman saying stop it or something like that. It's a short pattern. I wonder if it's going to fall or, yeah, prevail. Who knows? It is 2 legs up. Let's see what happens here. I mean, there's certainly distance to go, isn't there? Trouble is, you go inside. Well, is that a range? I'm not massively convinced it is. It looks like up, doesn't it, with a drop? So I think it's more just back up to the top of this channel than a range. No, it's not really a range, is it? And then we're coming down, a couple of legs up, and then maybe down some more. It's going to have to be a good setup, isn't it? I hate that when it just sits like that. For me, it's got to push up. Yeah, I don't like the fact that it's closed above the EMA. Okay, now come down. Yeah, if that was coming down, mind you, sometimes it goes, take me, take me, take me, and then it comes down. Yeah, so we got this leg down and we got 2 pushes up. If that was going to come down, I thought it would have done it by now. Yeah, that's not looking like it's going to come down, is it? So, what I will say is if this is channel, it's come from the side. We've only got so far down. So this price action is just getting a bit hard to read, isn't it? It's not making a lot of sense, really. Up, down, a bit sideways. This has got to be something to do with the news. News pending, isn't it? From Ohio, I use Audacity for the... okay, thanks, I appreciate that. Welcome, Michael. Ohio, I don't think we had anybody in from Ohio. I think plenty of US guys, but I come and go, excellent, that's good. Yeah, some people just sit in the background. I think a lot of people sort of use me really sort of for a bit of company, I think, rather than my special skills. Special maybe, but not special skills. But yeah, can be pretty lonely, can't it? Sometimes trading, sometimes just hearing someone else's voice and opinion. Sometimes. So Audacity. So yeah, who was it I asked? I can't remember now. I asked about it. Someone did. So yeah, Audacity. Keep that in mind. In fact, I'm going to take a photo of myself actually. Audacity. Audacity. Yeah, thanks for that, Michael. Okay, what are we doing here? God only knows. See. Oh, look at that, how that's turned. There is a possibility that, maybe just something like that. And actually, it fits kind of nice there. So that's a possibility. I'd like to see... the trouble is, it's not far off a measured leg, is it? But does it need to, mate? 812 day. Good for you, mate. Good for you. Okay. In fact, let's just remove that for a minute. God, just imagine doing that every day. And is that just on one account, is it? Or is that on multiple accounts? If that's just on one account, you imagine that on multiple accounts. Okay, so let's just leave that like that for a minute. Whether it comes down or not, I don't know. The fact that that's pushed up and then turned all of a sudden is promising. Unfortunately, as a second entry short, I just don't like bars like that just finish exactly the same high and come down. Just one. Okay, so you imagine having multiple PAs and making that a lot of money to be earned. If you can get that, get your skills up and get that, that psychology nailed down. You're still trying to meet the down measured move to 420 down. Yeah, that's right. You got yours up here, Clay. I've got mine down here. Initially, it may go lower, but if we bounce here, we'll see. But, it'd be nice to have that. A lot of people love that number, so I believe yeah, it's surprising. Round numbers. Yeah, people tend to follow round numbers, don't they? For I don't know, it's a human thing, I suppose, isn't it? 220, 225, yeah. That's the way we're odd creatures, aren't we, in a way? We have these for a reason. Still going strong. Strong's a strong word, mate. Still going is the answer. Still going just about. I took a trade there. I took it as a limit order on the way back, so I got a bit lucky there. But when will you make it? To be honest with you, mate, I'm not in a massive rush at the moment. And that was the decision I made. So, I don't know, in a perfect world, I'd like to get up to $7,000. I think, ideally, get to $7,000 and then whatever you make over the next month, you take out. Now, I'm guessing you're probably going to average somewhere between $1,500 and $2,000. Somewhere like that. Maybe a bit more on a good month, maybe, $1,000. But if you got the plan is at the moment to get up to 10 accounts. Now I have got another starting. I traded, it's on day 5. I traded on a couple of days when they had that offer on. I traded, I think 5 or 6 contracts. I got, was it 5 contracts? I got 4.75 points, so that got it off. So I have another evaluation starting. And exactly the same, I'm just going to trade it 1 contract. So the plan is to get up to say about $7,000, and then obviously whatever I can earn for per month, then I'll withdraw. That way you always keep about $5,000 in there minimum, which I think is a reasonable buffer just trading 1 contract. So that's the plan, and then up to 10 contracts. But I mean, even 10 contracts, even with $1,000 a month, it's still $10,000. It's a damn good start, isn't it? So I use it for an alert in the indicators. You can set alerts as well. See, what I'd like to do, Michael, is, when we have these news events, what I usually do is type high impact news and I have it in red. But sometimes when you got your head down and focusing, I forget it's there sometimes. And I'm nearly looking for a trade when the news. So it'd be nice to have something that came out, like maybe 15 minutes before it made like a bleep, some form of alert, and then maybe 10 minutes and maybe every 5 minutes or something like that. Just to sort of, give you a verbal signal, because with best intentions and all the wills in the world, I have that big written in red, but I still tend to, my head's focusing on this and I tend to forget, so I can do. So that'll be interesting. So that second entry short for 14 ticks. Good on you, mate. That one there, for some reason, I hate it when it does that. Crosses over and comes down because you don't know whether it's going to tick you and push up. But yeah, I don't think it's a bad setup, that. Yeah, but that's what I mean. Everyone's slightly different. That might be a great setup to someone. I always prefer it to tick above. But it doesn't mean it's not going to work. But that's what I mean. There's so much grey area with trading. You can have multiple different opinions on the same thing. But it's definitely a couple of pushes up. Just the way that sort of closed above there, that put me off. I'd have preferred that after this. But okay, so that's that first measured move hit. So let's see what happens there. What I like about it as well is we're touching in the same place, which tells me this might be the measured move. We'll see. Volume coming in here on the tape right near VWAP. Okay, this volume, is it long volume? Let's see. I like the way there's 2 touches there right on that bottom, so let's have a look. Okay, channel down. Hold in there. Let's see what goes on. It's been more short right near VWAP. There was plus bulls. Yeah, so I'm assuming VWAP is just below this, is it? Okay, I like the way we've got 3 nice touches there, so that's encouraging. So if I just drag the 10,000 tick chart in the moment, we got this leg up and it looks like one leg, two legs back. If we can push up now, then that'll be a good sign, that will. But leg, push up, leg. That's a possibility. That's a bit of a clearer picture. But obviously, yeah, it could continue down, but it's encouraging, isn't it? Leg. So let's see. We're still holding here, so that's encouraging. Noodle on Delta, though, would be scared to take any longs. Yeah, to be fair, I'm not taking any longs or shorts at the moment. I want it to sort of, before we take longs, really, I want it to sort of shoot off in that direction and wait till we're up here somewhere. I like it to break out of there and retest that and continue up, really, before I think about doing something. But there is that possibility of a leg up, a couple of legs of correction, another leg up. If you look at the daily, there's certainly scope for it to push right up to that 280 mark. That would take us right up to the EMA at the moment on the daily. So that is a possibility. Leg up, two legs of correction, leg up. I only hope I get in here and get out here, which is very unlikely, but it would be nice. So let's see what happens here. So far, price is stalling here, which is a good sign. We're touched here, and if you look at all the four of those bars there, look, they're fitting that setter. Yeah, I've tried stuff like that. I've got Alexa next to me. I have to change her name because every time I mention her, she goes off. But yeah, I was going to do something like that. I just wondered if you could have something that visually flashes, you know what I mean? There's probably something somewhere, but it'd be nice to get a little flash on here, something. It just to look impressive, to make me look like I know what I'm doing, if anything. Okay, so leg. Let me have a look. Oh, text message. Balls are coming in. That's a good sign. Text message. John, let's have a meal together when you have time. How's that? Someone sent me a wrong message. John, let's have a meal together when you have time. I'm not John. Strange. Okay, so let's have a look. Let's make sure we get this right. There. There. Okay, so we've clearly surpassed that. Let's have a look. Along. Play along, Lance. Play along. Shall I message back and just say, yeah, no problem. John. I'm just trying to think. Trouble is, you don't know who the hell. I might send a message back and it might cost me £50. You never know. Do you know, I had some friends years ago. It was around about, I think it was 2000, when the lottery came out in the UK. And at the time, I remember it clearly because they had banana phones at the time. I don't know if you remember those banana phones that you slide out. This was a couple, me and my wife knew. And he used to have the lottery numbers text to their phone every week. And what happened after it'd been on for a few months, as soon as he found out what the numbers were, he texted those winning numbers to his wife's phone, and she thought they won the lottery. They ended up having a massive row in the end, and in the long term, they ended up getting divorced. She thought they won the lottery because he was trying to be clever by a bit of a practical joke that went just too far. He sent her that, he found out what the numbers were the lottery and then sent the numbers that were on, that were on their card, or found out, yeah. They ended up, yeah. They had the same numbers, see, so he put the numbers in and sent it to them as if it was from the lottery. She thought she won the lottery. They had massive rows after massive rows, and I think about 12, 18 months later, they ended up getting divorced. Yeah, so it was like a practical joke that worked but went just wrong. Yeah. But if you thought you won the lottery and then you realise someone's playing a practical joke, you wouldn't be best pleased, would you? Okay, so that channel really is looking kind of nice, isn't it? You know, we've touched once, twice, 3 times, twice there. It fits really nice. So it could just have a couple of legs up. We could continue down. Who knows? I mean, I've got that big channel up there. Doesn't mean it's right. More like that, or possibly like that even. In which case we've had a break in a new high, and this just could be coming down. It's just a bit unclear. And going long here anyway is counter trend trading, isn't it? Because we're clearly coming down at the moment. Yeah, it could be a leg and leg, but I don't know. I'm going off that idea for some reason. Channel down break, possible second entry short. Not a fan. Went long, bulls, broke VWAP again. Yeah, so really, after that, we've got to break this, come down, retest this a few times and push up, or possibly make a new low, but I can't see that happening after that. But we are in a channel, and usually in a channel when we break, we'll make a new extreme. So where do you guys class the highs, overnight highs here? In which case we're bouncing off that. Overnight highs will probably be there. In which case we're around it, aren't we? So leg up, 2 legs correction. Yeah, I am still thinking bullish. Or the bigger picture. At the moment, no, but I'm not prepared to go short here, even though it's a leg and a leg, and it kind of looks okay. The trouble is sometimes you can be blinded by the bigger picture and not think about what's happening in front of you. In which case we've got a channel, 2 legs up to the EMA, second entry short. I'm just a bit wary about this. Bigger picture, yeah, I agree. I mean, if it continues to come down and down, obviously then things have changed. But, you know, if I just look on the 10,000 tick chart, it's bullish, isn't it? We've got this bullish move up here. It looks like 2 legs of correction. And assuming this does push up and retest the top of this channel, then I expect it to go up. Unfortunately, in an hour and 10 minutes, we've got this, it's the FOMC, isn't it? Yeah, we've got this FOMC, so what is this? It's a statement, press conference, so we may not get no massive moves. Sometimes it's just, I broke my dad. I bloke my dad. I worded that wrong. I bloke my dad. We're almost killed at work and had to take early retirement. Bloody hell. Getting his wages until retirement. A few months later, he won 300,000. Oh my God. A few weeks later after that. Crikey. Bloody hell. You know, I heard a story actually in the UK. There was it was quite a few years ago now. There was an electrician, and he had an apprentice, a young apprentice with him, and he taught her about. It was when wiring was a little bit older. He taught him that if he ever electrocute or anything like that, what to do. And he went up this ladder, and he was doing something with the wiring at the light in the middle of the room. So he was on a small step ladder. And a little bit of the plaster broke away and went down his legs, and he put his leg out and started shaking his leg just to get rid of the plaster, and the apprentice thought he was having an electric shock and swiped the ladders from him, and he come crashing down. Crazy. You hear some funny stories, don't you? Unbelievable. The Steelworks, they said, was stopping his wages as he would. Left anyway. He sued them. Bloody hell. Strange, isn't it? I'll tell you what, these places you work for don't give a crap about you. It's another reason why I want to work for myself. They give you all this bullshit, basically, about equality and you're valued and all that. They don't give a crap. They don't care about you. It's just about lining their pockets, the managers and the bosses. I dare say there's exceptions to the rule. But sometimes you spend all your life grafting and working your arse off for people and then you're not valued. Do you know, in fact, I worked for a company for a while and they had drivers delivering. It was an oil company. They had drivers delivering from them. And there was a driver, John his name was, he'd worked for the company for 30 years and he was on a final salary pension. So whatever he was on his salary, I think he got a third of it or 2/3 of it in wages. And he hurt his knee and couldn't work for a while. So what they said is they would put him in the yard for a while until his knee healed. So they put him in the yard and they reduced his wages. They reduced his wages and after 3 months they laid him off. So he only got paid his final salary on his lowered wages. So they stitched him up, which was bloody appalling. So they'd knocked £10,000 a year off the guy and then decided to lay him off because they knew if he went back, he'd be retiring soon anyway on his full wages. But some companies, they treat you like shit. They really do. It's beyond belief sometimes. Unbelievable. Yeah, it's another reason why I want to trade. I like working for myself. I just want to put all the hard work and effort I put in. I want it to, to benefit me and my family solely, and not some bosses and all this. I mean, for hours, this is the best job in the world, isn't it? How many jobs can you earn this sort of money and work 3 or 4 hours a day? For a quick 200. Definitely done for the day. Good on you, mate. So you have gone where long here, have you? I suppose you would have done. Take that high or low, or the there's high low. There's a failure there as well, isn't there? What's happening here? I got some mixed feelings about that. 1 minute it looks sort of bearish, but you don't know whether it's going to trigger and push up. I'm still thinking that measured move at the moment, leg and a leg, 2 legs of correction, and until we either get a break or we continue down. Unfortunately, I've got a feeling it's not going to give us much before this news, because price is really slow, isn't it? Went long off that long wick, so that one there, yeah, high or low, yeah. I like to think we're going to push up. So what we've really got to do is push up and retest this a couple of times and push up some more. Hurts you emotionally, yeah, you're not wrong, mate, you're not wrong. I mean, in time, I've heard people say, people like Thomas Wade, he said, losses don't earn nowhere near the amount they do. And I suppose for us at the moment, we may make a little bit of money, we may not. A lot of us haven't had payouts. I've not had, I've had $10,000 worth of payouts in the last year, well, since December, since January, which is some, but it's not a lot. But the trouble is, until you make consistent, you sort of have that little, am I lucky? Can I really do it? Because there's so many failures, it sort of knocks your confidence, doesn't it? It's very hard. So I think if you just work the process, keep the contract size low, which is what I'm doing, and just concentrate on the process. Once you get to a period, if you've traded nicely, you've had ups and downs, but you've had a nice equity curve and you've made good money every month for 6 months, you can't do that if you're lucky. It just doesn't work. You might get lucky a few trades or a week or something like that, but over a period of time, and once that happens, your confidence will just, your confidence will just absolutely soar, and you'll know. But because most of us haven't had that yet, you still have your doubts. But it's a difficult thing to learn. it's just one of those things you can't really show someone. You can't really teach someone. You can sort of give them the basics and give them some guidance, but ultimately it's something you have to experience. You know, it's like being a plasterer. You can't tell someone how to plaster a wall. You have to get a feel for it. It's practice. You get a feel, you get better. It's, you know, it's that sort of, there's a certain process. I trade Monday to Friday full time, yeah, but at the moment I just work Saturday and Sunday just to keep some extra money in. But for the first 8 or 9 months, I did trade full time from January, and I was earning enough money to tick me over. But the trouble is, the accounts I was getting there, I was taking money out and not giving them enough time to grow, so they were just vulnerable and being blown. But I've just decided to go back to work just a couple of days a week, just to, you know, keep that income coming in, so then I can allow these accounts then to just grow to a comfortable level that I've got enough buffer that I could then, you know, start to hopefully continue to take regular monthly money out. But in the beginning, no matter what you tell yourself or do on paper, you just keep losing control. Yeah. My answer to that, bud, is think about other things you do in life. Now, when I was younger, I went through a spell of doing some skydiving, yeah? When I was in my early 20s. The first time I threw myself out of the plane, I nearly physically shit myself. The emotions were going crazy, my hair was stood on end, and that first jump was almost like a blur. I can't remember any of it. And as you sort of progress, you get to experience more the more, you get more. I mean, I didn't do a tremendous amount, but people I spoke to said, yeah, everyone feels like that. But when you've been doing it a year or two, that fear and that starts to go. So it's a similar sort of thing. Anything in life you do that you have strong, powerful emotions, you can't just switch them off. But if you do them enough times, eventually they'll start to not affect you. And I always go back to when I first ever did any boxing as a young lad. The first time when I went in the ring, it was like a blur. I just remember swinging. I can't remember hardly any of it. But, you know, when you see the more experienced guys, you know, how can people, you know, like Tyson Fury go into a ring and be nice and calm, pick your punches, think about what you're doing, have a game plan? Because he's exposed himself in that ring and getting hit and hit and hit many, many times. And those emotions then will start to dissipate. And that's when you start to get control and you can think about what you do and have a plan. And it's the same, it's similar with trading, because there's such a lot of powerful emotions, you know, and when things go wrong, we get into this dissociative state where sod all the rules and plans, you just, you know, you're on, you know, it's almost like someone else is trading, you just switch off, it's fight or flight. But once you've been doing it for so long, it starts to dissipate. And you start to gain control. That way you can think about what you're doing. I think that was pushing his luck, that was. I mean, well, the other guy put him right in his arse, didn't he? That's not often happened. But yeah, I think it could have gone either way there. But and I think Tyson Fury realises he was a bit lucky there. But watch this space. I think that guy's going to come back. He's a big unit, isn't he? And obviously he's been sort of more MMA at the time, isn't it? But apparently he's got a very powerful punch. And he's got Mike Tyson in his corner at the moment, isn't he? So yeah, I think he's someone to watch. I don't know how old he is. He's not that old, is he? Is he late 20s, mid 20s? But I think Tyson Fury was surprised how tough he was. He did say, I didn't expect too much. But yeah, I think when he got put on his arse, I think he got the shock of his life, didn't he? Okay, so are we coming back down again? We got a channel up. Let's have a look. Bulls protecting VWAP. So we've got a bit of a channel with a break. We're still sort of, I mean, regardless of what's happened here, we got 1, 2, 3 touches. We're clearly working in that channel. Bottom's fitting nice. So, I mean, I've got this other plan in mind, but once we break those lows from that measured move, I think that plan's probably done. In fact, I'm going to get rid of that at the moment. What time is it? Okay. I think we're going to finish soon, I think. We got that news. But price is really slow at the moment. It's getting a bit boring, isn't it? Got to say, the last 3 days there has not been a lot of setups, and it's been just a bit frustrating, isn't it? I mean, if you can get a day or two where the price is crap and you can manage to hold and stay out, you don't lose nothing, it's not such a problem. But I've had 2 losses in 2 days. Not a huge amount, under $300, which isn't a huge amount, but I was a bit frustrated myself because the trades I took were a little bit risky. 305 orders, bears going to break here. So, in fact, what you could argue is that is more like that with a break and a new high. That's probably more like it. Let's keep that tight. So, touch, break, new high. We haven't even got a lower high though, have we? Working down till FOMC. You might be right. Glenn Paul, you're a new face. Where are you from, bloody? Where are you from, mate? A couple of new faces today. Are you another one just floating in the background? Any trick-or-treaters? We did actually, yeah. Oh, that's all it is. We got 2 dogs. Every time the door goes, they were barking. So I had the little boy Wilson's next to my. Well, he was sat above me on the setting. Every time he barked, I was getting deafened. But we had quite a few actually. I'd say our door probably went about 15 times. We had a couple of big bags of sweets from, but they were all right. Luckily, the weather was nice because it has been appalling here in the UK. Yeah, but we had decorations, and my 15-year-old daughter's ripped them all down now, and she wants the Christmas decorations up. God, this is going slow, isn't it? Working down FOMC. Yeah, see, some people trade after SMs. I keep forgetting. See, in the UK, this is like tea time for me. This is 5 past 5 late afternoon. So FMC is at 6, between 6 and 6:30. So that'll probably take us up to about 7. So 7 o'clock seems like trading in the evening, but it's what, 2 o'clock in New York time, isn't it? So it's still afternoon. Okay, there's a lower high there, a leg down, lower high. So the trouble is, depending on how you've drawn that channel, whether you break, whether we come up here, that's always a possibility. See, so it may be a channel with a break and a new high. So sometimes you'll get a short there and it'll trap you. Balls protecting. Oh, looking for a big move here. Ooh, look at that. So I would say that probably put that like that. Channel up, break, new high. So we still haven't broke those lows where I had that measured move. So let's just put that channel back how I had it. So that channel I originally had like that. And in all fairness, we touched here, touched a bunch of times here, and touched a bunch of times here. So we had 1 leg down, 2 legs down. That's how I had it drawn anyway. So about there, which we surpassed comfortably. Now, I think Clay had it, or someone else had it up there. And in fact, to be fair, it's not far off there in all fairness. So regardless, what did you wear? I never had anything, mate, to be honest with you. I'm too grown up for that stuff. I'm too grown up for Halloween stuff. My daughter did, though. She picked her best school blouse and put loads of cuts and rips in it, splattered fake blood all over the place. 90% sure. No Fed rate hike. Yeah, I have rumours about that. FOMC. It will still be big. So yeah, if everything's staying as it is, it's slightly positive news, I suppose, isn't it? So we're going to channel break new high. So are we going to come down from here? Who knows? So whether you had it from here or here, it's probably closer. In fact, if you have it from here, it's a little bit higher there, so it's fitted in the middle. So, oh God, what's she doing now? So let's have a look. 10,000 tick chart. We've got that leg up, 2 legs of correction, possibly another leg up. If you look on the daily, it certainly could come up. Where did we say originally? Up to 42.80. So on the daily, we're oversold out. Well, we've had this overshoot down here, so that's where I've put that little mark there, 42.80, which is not a huge amount. So as you say, spike up, and I wouldn't be shocked at all if we hit that. So that's what I mean about this. This leg down, and then another leg up, which would take us up to, let's say 42.80, which would be from here and from, let's say, here. So that takes us up to, yeah, exactly 42.80, which takes us up another leg up, and that would take us up to the EMA on the daily. And same again with the 10,000 tick chart, leg up, 2 legs of correction, looking like it's pushing up. We've got that news coming around in 50 minutes, so whether we push up here, do a bit of sideways, but then I expect another push up. I'll be done and dusted. I'll be drinking a single malt and eating my tea by then. Till the sky. So yeah, that's a possibility. Whether it happens or not, who knows? But it's a possibility. But the trouble is, at the moment, we're still in this, so we need to break out and bounce off the top. Okay, we've pushed up to it, so there's a higher low there. I don't want to take that at the moment because we are clearly moving down. But for me to be interested in going long, it's going to have to push up and bounce. I can't go long into that, unfortunately, because it could trap me. But there's a new low after that one. It is a second entry short, possibly. So we could come down a bit more, but I'm not so sure. Yeah, I still think after this and a couple of legs of correction, we're going to push up just by what the day's shown. The daily's shown me. Whether it happens or not, you know, this is, let's call it an educated guess. But that's a good sign. That's the first time we broke above there for an hour and 40 minutes, 45 minutes. So if we can push up and bounce off here, maybe. Needs to move off VWAP again. Where is VWAP? What level? I'm assuming it's down here somewhere, is it? Yeah, see on the daily, leg up, 2 legs of correction, pushing up. So that's looking kind of nice, that is. If you get a sort of a bear trap and a failure there, but that looks a lot more clear, doesn't it? Leg up, 2 legs of correction. Whether that's, you call that there or whatever, it doesn't really matter, I suppose, does it? 2 legs of correction. That's pushing up quite strong, so that's a good sign. So what I'm going to do is just remove that. Put those legs back in. So leg and leg. That's pushing up really strong. So I need a bit of a pullback here. Might be easy to read on the daily. So I don't think that was a bad trade. Unfortunately, it was going into the highs of there, so you've got to be cautious about that. 42.25 down here. Okay, so yeah, that's pushed up away from there, isn't it? Someone followed me in that play. So leg up, 2 legs of correction. Push up. We've got to have a couple of legs back here and then push higher. Where's this news? Got to be out 30 minutes before it really. So let's give it another 10 or 15 minutes and that'll be it for today, I think. What I don't want to do is end up being stuck going sideways. But I think this is the type of news that we're not going to get a massive spike the second we hit 1800 hours. But federal fund rates FOMC statement. Press conference. I think it's going to be one of those news. As the news comes, we're going to get a little spike here or there, I think, aren't we? Sometimes the second we hit the news, woof, 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 and up it goes. So just put that back because I'd like to see us retest the top of that line. The trouble is, as we've fitted in here, and we have fitted, it could come down and make a new low. I don't think it will, but I'd like to see it maybe retest this. Not many likes, peeps. Get press. Oh yeah, like button. Oh, hit the like button if you're not doing anything better. It's appreciated. I am trying to grow the channel a little bit actually, and apparently it does. I know it gets shown to more people, I think, anyway. But thank you, Edward. I'm my little cheerleader. So, okay, let's have a look at what's going on now. See, we've also got a leg and a leg. You know, on that 10,000 tick chart, you don't know whether we're actually just coming down, do you? Yeah, until we get out here and start working, it's hard to trade that as a long, isn't it? Because it could be a second entry short, it just could come tangling down. Tangling down. Let's just, where's that? 50%. We've not hit that, so we could come down. It could be like part down and then up. But I'm just not sure about anything at the moment. Starting to look quite bearish, that bar. Maybe we're just retesting this. Astro taking one here with a tight stop. Were you going long while you're all short? Long. Yeah. Is it froze? Oh no, I thought it froze for a minute. It'd be nice to see a couple of legs down. What you're looking at? Bookmap, are you? I did have that for a couple of months, but I just found I wasn't using it as much. It's very slow, isn't it? Time and sales. I think I may start streaming. Pointers you could give me for getting started. Pointers for getting started. Use Streamlabs. Not Streamlabs. Use OBS. It's free. It works for some people. It doesn't work for others. So I tend to think out aloud. So when I'm talking to you guys, what I'm really doing is chatting to myself. So it works for me. Sometimes you'll get arsey, horrible messages through YouTube. So try not to let that bother you. Now and again, you'll get someone who will just give you loads of grief. There's no rhyme or reason. Apart from that, it's hard to say. Just take your time, chit chat. But regardless, it's hard to say really, mate. Everyone's different. But what I will say is, let me know. You can put your name down here. I've got no problem with that, and I'll sign up to you for sure. Yeah, absolutely. I find it works for me because I'm less likely to do something stupid. That's originally why I started, because I had a real problem with revenge trading, but I thought if people are watching me, I'm going to look like a right melon, aren't I, if I take stupid trades. So in all fairness, I've only ever blown one account in the 11 months I've been streaming, and that's a good thing for me. All the times I've blown stuff are when I've been outside. So it works well for me. So best of luck, mate. But yeah, you can put your name on here when you get your channel up and running. But just take it day by day. Getting your channel out, it's not that difficult. It takes a bit of getting your head around using OBS, but just keep playing with it. Loads of videos out there. If you're struggling with anything, let me know. I'll help you out, mate. I've got no problem with that at all. Not at all, mate. Yeah, so let us know when you're on. I think a lot of traders have multiple streamers on there. Sometimes it's nice to see a bunch of multiple charts. I know someone told me it was the Moo guy. He had my chart because they heard my voice apparently on his what's it. So I think a lot of traders and streamers have multiple charts. I don't at the moment, but I have done in the past. I had another chart on with someone else's just to see, but it's it's good to see. What hours would you stream at, Clay? See, I like for me. I just before market opens for about 3 to 4 hours. I do. It's probably long today, 4 hours today, but I would open probably 9:30 to 2 o'clock. Yeah, it's about right, I think. But it's helped me. Some people it doesn't work for because some people like concentration and quiet, but I'm like I never shut up. I'm quite a talkative person, and I'm very open with what I'm thinking, so it works okay for me. But yeah, I don't think we can ever have enough streamers, can we? It's always good to see someone else's point of view. Oh, look at that! What's going on now? See, there is a possibility. Yeah, I think we're getting to that time in the day now. There is a possibility we could end up doing something like that at the moment. I've still got mixed feelings. What's going on? 1 minute I think we're going up, next minute maybe coming down, and it might just be that's the case leading up to this news coming up. So it looks like this could come down and make a new low. I might have it all wrong. That's the trouble. Think about it. I probably won't start until after the holidays. But that might be a good time to have a practice when trades off for a bit, because obviously. But I'd use OBS. OBS is really good actually. And it's free. I'll give you a quick look at what it looks like. It's probably going to look like a bit of an old picture. But that's what it looked like. Forget everything in the middle. This is what you get basically, and this is how you put your bits of stuff and all this, start recording and stuff. But probably going to freak you out a bit with all these things. But OBS is free, and it's a really good bit of software as well. It is good. It's free. VWAP, yeah, I remember you saying. See, we could come down and make a new low. This just might be a channel with a break. Foam at the mouth. Probably why I don't have a video of myself. You can't see the misery and frustration in my face. I'm a good liar. That's what it is. It's not for everybody. I've tried to get some people to do it. In fact, I've even said to people like, down your stream, set something up and charge people. I'll pay you. Won't do it. Someone who's a really good, consistent trader, been doing it years, could make a ton of money. Look at it was the Gorilla guy. He charged $100 a month. At one point, I think he had 200 people watching him. That's $20,000 a month just from people paying to watch him. So if you're a really good trader, because people will just copy you. What I will say as well is I've got a very fast internet connection. So I have, as I'll quickly show you now, I'm just going to drag my YouTube thing in. I have mine on ultra low latency. I had it on normal latency, and there's about a 13 to 15 second delay, which is a ball ache, but I've got very fast internet. I get about 950 megabits per second upload and download speed, and that enables me to be about a second or two behind, so we can chat real time. But I've tried to get a few people to trade. You have a gig down, ups the main speed, not down, because obviously you're uploading it. Because I used to have about 13 megabits, now I get 900, so I can switch to ultra low latency, so it's really quick. But I think what some guys do is use Zoom, because obviously Zoom's real time. But I've tried to get a couple of people to do it and charge. If it's someone like Mac, I'd pay $100 a month to watch him. In fact, if Mac started streaming, I'd even knock my own channel on the head and watch him, just to get some feedback. But I don't know. Max said people have asked him many times, but he the trouble is with me. I started streaming when I started taking it sort of more serious. So I've done it from the beginning, really. Although I, obviously traded a year and a half, 2 years before this, but. And it works for me because I think out aloud, so chit-chatting is good for me. I'm going to knock it on the head. I think we're coming at past now. You don't want to be in a trade now. You don't know when it's going to come down, but I don't know. Okay, so I've got a 0.75 today. A little bit of luck there, but at the time, it did look like it was going up. But there we go. So at least I'm in the green anyway today. I've had 2 days in the red. Not a huge amount. A little under $300, which in the grand scheme of things is not too bad. It has been a couple of appalling days, I've got to say. I think quite a few people have been battered by it. And that's the key, I think, on days where it is frustrating. You've really got to use your patience and just stay out. it's been a better day. We have had movements, but there's still been a lot of this push sideways, push sideways, push sideways, push sideways. So it's, we have moved, but this last section of the afternoon has just been slow. I'm assuming it's leading up because of the news. So look at the protection measured move sexy. Look at what? Look at the protection. I'm not sure I'm reading you there, mate. Look at the protection measured move sexy. No, I don't know what you mean. I don't know what you mean. You sound like I'm going to sound in about an hour after a few scotches. He's on about VWAP. Oh, I say, yeah, I don't use VWAP, so I got you. I see what you mean, yeah. VWAPs, I think it was around here, wasn't it? Yeah, it's come down, but so we've got a leg down, pull back to the MA, so we could come down and make a new low after this, but I don't know at the moment. It could do a bunch of stuff. It looks like it may go sideways, but obviously we've got this news in 30 minutes, so you want to be out before that. I think Matt goes on about being out 45 minutes before the news, perhaps because it just goes bloody slow. So that is me done for the day. I enjoyed your commentary. Thank you, mate. But if I talk that much, I think my jaw would... it does a little bit, mate, in all fairness. But I soften it up with a couple of single malts after. I'm just quite talkative anyway. Some people say I never shut up, but there you go. But what my argument is, if you've got a volume switch, then you can use it. So that's it for today anyway. Not a bad day. Not brilliant. I have managed to get some green, so that's positive after a couple of red days. So I appreciate your comments. I hope if you continue after the news, you get a setup. Sometimes after these news events, if it is quite positive, you may get a nice, strong trend. And hopefully, same to you, Edward, and hopefully you might get a point or two. So I hope you do. But take it easy, and I will see you all tomorrow. So I appreciate the comments. Stay safe, and we'll do it all again this time tomorrow. Bye for now.